Okay, the Committee of Finance will come to order. Let's see, we have two agendas this morning, our 2 o'clock agenda. We have several Senate bills. First up is Senate Bill 303 SD1. Let's see, who do we have? Office of Community Services.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. Giovanni Dela Cruz, the Executive Director of the Office of Community Services. My office stands certain testimony in support of the measure. It also wishes that this committee will consider the one minor amendment recommendation that we might have for the. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we may have on Zoom Rusty Spray, National Guard Conference Corporation. Not present. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next measure. Senate Bill 1101 SD1 relating to tax increment bonds. First up is Department of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Chair, thank you. Harrison Roof for OPSD, and we stand on a written testimony in strong support.
Okay, thank you very much. On Zoom, Department of Transportation.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. I don't know if I don't have my testimony in front, but stand by what was submitted.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We did want to correct a misstatement in our testimony. We thought that all of the Con-Am bills were dead. We now recognize that Senate Bill 1295 is still alive. So that's our correction. We'll stand in our written testimony, be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Nothing? Okay. Oh, we got Representative Kobayashi followed by Ward.
For Tax Foundation. So Senate Bill 1295 is alive, but the other bills on your testimony, SB 1100 and House Bill 1457 are both dead.
Yes, they are.
And if those are dead, do we really need this bill?
Well, there is the constitutional amendment and the statutory implementation of it. I think the intent behind this bill was to implement the constitutional amendment should it pass. So that's why this bill is here. That's my guess, Representative.
So, but without the Con-Am, there's nothing to implement.
That's correct.
So why do we need the bill?
I wouldn't know the answer to that question, Representative, but I would note that the bill does not become effective until the Con-Am is in effect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Harrison, PSD, please. You've heard the question about the details if you don't have one with the other, but my rationale is more basic. Why do we want to increase the debt for the counties and keep the debt figure for these bonds off the books? What's the logic of wanting to borrow money but making sure it doesn't show up on your balance sheets? Or your debt limits or whatever.
Yes, thank you, Rep. The operating theory is since it is the tax increment financing is a separate tax that is willingly applied to usually large development parcels to be paid back by the increase in value of those parcels. So it can be treated somewhat separately from borrowing that the county is doing generally. So my understanding is that's why
isn't all borrowing tax backed by taxation, tax increment funding? I mean,
The tax increment financing is a tool. It's used widely on the mainland. Lots of famous development have used it. It's, you know, pretty proven way to have the development itself, rather than the neighbors or existing landowners, pay for some of the infrastructure costs of that development. And so the cost of paying back the bonds over time is applied to that increment, the slight amount of tax above the regular local tax that is applied to just those parcels.
But do you remember when Enron took its debt off of its books?
I do. I was around and alive during that period. I think that's a little bit apples and oranges. And we've
But the point is, it doesn't show the way that this reads, that you can increase it. In fact, how much debt do you want to increase with us? What's the limit? It says you can just take it off your debt limit. Or how much can you actually leverage with this bill?
We at OPSD are not proposing any particular amounts right now. There's a separate finance study and infrastructure master plan study that is looking at the costs in certain places like Evile. All this, if this bill passes, if the constitutional amendment is ratified by the voters, a separate step, then we're legally allowed to use the tool.
But is the
And
basic,
the amount of increment that is needed for a particular development would be calculated at that time.
but is the basic premise, we're not allowing the counties to borrow enough money? It sounds like an underlying piece of logic here. We're not allowed to borrow enough money, so therefore we want to have these bonds, and therefore take the bonds off of the books.
I understand your question. I don't think that is the actual
So they don't,
intent of it.
they don't have enough money that they can borrow now? So why do they have to limit their debt limit? I just, it doesn't feel right or smell correctly the way it's listed, because we got a huge debt already as a nation, and the state of Hawaii is in huge debt, and now to let the counties go to further in debt, I'm not sure that's a prudent fiscal policy.
The intent of this is to allow the counties to set up a district in which not the counties doing the borrowing, essentially the development is doing the borrowing, the tax increment is applied and collected by the counties, but it's to be paid back by the development on specific identified pieces of property.
Got an
And
example of that?
In practice, it's almost all large development that needs extra infrastructure in order to make it happen.
Could you give an example of that?
Yeah, sure. Evile, in Evile, we've been working on with the state, with the city and county and the state landowning agencies and other private landowners in Evile have been doing some planning for infrastructure there for about the last 7 years, identifying what's needed for large projects like Mayorite and Castle and Cook and Kamehameha schools and Dag's parcel at the old rail station. And a significant amount of infrastructure is needed to do that, and this would be one tool to help pay for that infrastructure.
So roads, sewers, very practical infrastructure.
Yeah.
The things that, would this apply also to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, which needs that big time?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. We're gonna move on to the next bill, House Bill Senate Bill 1314 ST2, relating to the Hawaii Employment Union Health Benefit Trust Fund, spousal Medicare Part B premium reimbursement. Okay, first up is EUTF.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Derek Mizuno, the ETF Administrator. We stand on our written testimony in strong support, just noting that if this bill, along with SB 1350, which is next on the agenda, both are going to pass, if you could consolidate them into one, because there's some overlapping provisions. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Nui Sebastier with HGEA. We stand on our written testimony,
Oh, I'm sorry.
which provides
Yeah,
comments.
I see.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1315 SD2, relating to the Hawaii Employment Union Health Benefit Trust Fund Medicaid Part B premium reimbursement. Okay, first up again is UTF.
Good afternoon again. We stand on our written testimony and strong support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. HTA.
Good afternoon again. Nui Sebastian with HGEA. We stand on our written testimony providing comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1373, SD1, relating to the Executive Office on Aging Administrative Claiming Special Fund. Okay, let's see. Okay, Department of Health, Executive Office on Aging.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Caroline Cadirao, Director of the Executive Office on Aging. Thank you so much for scheduling this administrative measure. This bill is asking to add 2 programs to our current administrative claiming fund to bring in revenue for both our state health insurance assistance program and our long-term care ombudsman program. And so we strongly support this measure, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill, let's see, Senate Bill 2996 SD2 HD1 relating to the submission deadlines. Looks like we don't have anybody testifying on this measure. Anybody wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, nobody to question. We're gonna move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 699 SD2 HD1 relating to the state capital tours. Members, this one also looks like we have no testifier. Is anybody wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 449 SD2 HD1 relating to the Festival of the Pacific Art. First up is the DBED.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Jamie Lum with the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, and we stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure. Mahalo. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, yes, please come forward. Go ahead. Okay.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair members. Kalani Ka'ana, Chair of the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture Commission. We stand on our written testimony and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to, yep, please.
Aloha kako, Chair, members. Ilihia Johnson for the Hawaii Tourism Authority. We stand on our written comments in support of this measure, and we want to thank you all for considering supporting this festival, which really amplifies the 4 pillars upon which the Hawaii Tourism Authority is doing its work, and also advances our capacity and shows our ability to host these high-level international gatherings. Mahalo nui.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Members, questions? Okay, moving on. We're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1532 SD2 HD1 relating to the culture and arts. First up is State Foundation of Culture and Arts.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Karen Ewald, Interim Executive Director for the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts, and we stand on our written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For State Foundation, I guess.
Hi, Rep. Kobayashi.
Do you want to have a requirement that you present a award annually to 12 people?
That's what's in the bill, correct? Yes.
I mean, I could see you having the word may be presented instead of shall be presented.
Mm.
Because what if one year
We don't have that
you
many.
don't have someone, shall we say, as worthy as you might want?
Understood that. Yeah, that's a
I
really
mean,
good point.
You know that there are a number of international awards that are sometimes not given because the awardee doesn't quite match up to the standards of previous awardees.
Right, because they have to meet the criteria, correct?
Well, and the criteria is usually very subjective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely see your point.
Okay,
I
thank you.
would agree.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 732 SD2 HD1, relating to state holidays. First up is the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Not present. Okay, is there anyone wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none members, nobody to ask questions. We're gonna move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 844 SD2 HD1, relating to special numbered plates. First up is, Hui o Ho'o no Nua. Yeah, please.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Tony Chance, CEO and founder of Hui o Ho'ohonua. And this bill was designed to have an alternate funding source of restoring and remediation of Pearl Harbor. And we were thinking of ways of where we could have the government save money and come up with, again, alternate funding streams. But we stand by our testimony, and I'll be standing by for any further questions. Aloha.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Sandy Ward on Zoom.
Aloha mai kako. Can you folks hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know what's happening with the camera, but my face is not important. Hopefully my voice will matter the most.
Okay.
Aloha committee members. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify remotely because I'm actually preparing to welcome several students from Kapolei High School to Malama Pu'uloa tomorrow. I'm blessed to live in the Ewamoku, to be a retired school teacher, and to have lived on the shores of Pu'uloa for 30 years of my life. And to me, what excites me about Malama Pu'uloa is we want to use the license plate also as a no-cost choice for the citizens of Hawaii to support the restoration of Pu'uloa to its historic abundance. And almost 10,000 community members believe that that is vital. And like the students at Kapolei High School, they've joined us over the last 3.5 years to work so hard on restoration of 3 of the fish ponds that once were abundant in this incredibly important food and water source for the entire island. Not only would it provide a modest funding stream at no cost to the state and at the choice of citizens of Hawaii, it would raise awareness, and awareness that Pu'uloa is more than the site of a tragic bombing that led us into World War II, but Aina Momona, a place where the ancestral wisdom of Hawaiians for centuries created abundant food, thriving lands, thriving waters, and thriving people. So it's that hope and that awareness that is most important to us. And I urge you to support SB 844. And again, I want to thank you for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members' questions. Okay, we'll move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 710 SD2 HD1, relating to incarcerated women. First up is Department of Education. Not here. Okay, next is the University of Hawaii.
Aloha mai kako, Chair, Vice Chair. We stand upon our written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Department of Public Safety. Okay, not present. Office of the Attorney General. on Zoom?
Oh, hi, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, you're here?
Hi,
Okay.
Chair, Vice Chair, members
very
of the
good.
committee. Because this bill now creates an appropriation for the UH to expend, we recommend identifying this matter as a law of statewide concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Community Alliance on Prisons.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kat Brady testifying in really strong support for this bill. You know, women at WCCC, many never ever dreamed about going to college. But the peer tutoring program has really showed them that they have the stuff to do it. And it's really awesome. It's not only great for them, but it's for their families and their kids. So we know that education is the route out of poverty and onto the track of economic mobility. So we really support this bill, and we hope you do too.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Hawaii Friends of Restorative Justice.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Lauren Walker was not able to be here today, but she asked me to say that she stands on the written testimony strongly in favor of the bill.
Okay. Women's Prisons Project, yeah.
Aloha again. Women's Prison Project also strongly supports this bill, which is already having a tremendous impact. There are so many more women who are going in, not only getting their GEDs, but moving into higher education. And we would point out that there's an abundance of research that demonstrates that incarcerated individuals who engage in education while they're in prison and after transitioning to the community have significantly lower recidivism rates, which is one of the goals of Women's Prisons Project, is to reduce the unacceptably high rate of recidivism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Kanela Kamahalo Nui Lea. Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair,
Little
Vice
long
Chair,
thing.
and members of the committee. My name is Kanela Kamaha-Lohanulai. I am a UH student here at UH Manoa, and I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 710. I heard many benefits that inmates have when they gain access to educational pathways while incarcerated. And as being a family member of someone in that position, I am proud to hear when my family member was able to attend college classes in prison. This allowed time for them to grow and have hope that they are doing something different than they did before. Allowing more options for inmates to build their confidence and gain a strong network inside of the prison system and outside will help our community gain a person with lived experience and educational background. I am personally encouraged to support this bill and watch the support and resources help this community to grow to benefit the bigger community of the state of Hawaii. I, Kanela Kamahalohanulai, am in support of Senate Bill 710. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward. No, go ahead.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chairs in the committee. Is this sign allowed, by the way?
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
You can take it off. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yes
Yeah.
or no? Okay. Okay, so Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. And I was going to comment, we are in strong support because we should look at the criminal justice theories of diversion. So in criminal justice, the theories is, and this is from Benjamin Johnson, a legislative analyst from the Minnesota House Research. He wrote a document about theories about within the criminal justice system and why laws are the way that they are, or why we put people in prison. What is the theory to that? And so with the theory of debilitation or incapacitation, people are put in prison because of the theory that if they become incapacitated, then they won't offend. Now, because of some of the recent legislations, you can see that we have kind of moved beyond that theory to the theory of rehabilitation. That although those who offend the criminal justice system, they get a chance to be provided with mental health resources to rehabilitate. So they're not just incapacitated, right? They're not just put into somewhere and debilitated from offending. They're provided helpful resources, healing resources, so they can then reintegrate and become positive contributors of society. And so this is a theory that we wanted to provide comments on, to tell you that it is a really good idea to provide these resources for the Women's Correctional Facility. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, no question? No. Okay, seeing there's no question, we'll move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 711 ST2 HD1 relating to gender parity programs for incarcerated women. Okay. Sorry, first up is Department of Public Safety. Not present. Okay, next is Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii on Zoom. Not present. Okay, next up is Friends of Restorative Justice. Okay, okay. Linda Rich, please come forward.
Aloha again. I'm Linda Rich, testifying on behalf of the Women's Prison Project. We strongly support this bill, which really is all about ensuring that women have the programs and resources needed for them to be able to develop the skills and the abilities needed to transition successfully back into the community. It's a bill that would ensure that we meet the state law that requires parity for women in the programming in prison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure, please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support of the Hawaii Friends of Restorative Justice grant to appropriate funds. And so restorative justice programs aim to address unresolved issues in victims, offenders, and their families. Restorative justice puts victims and offenders at the heart of the justice process by giving them a chance to ask and answer questions and explain the impact the crime has had on them. As mental health resources develop, and as we have stepped into an era where ethics is recognized as the moral principle to examine the rational justifications for moral judgments, what is morally right or wrong, or what is just and what is unjust, we are guided by ethics and research from mental health studies to transform the criminal justice system. Putting people in jail is no longer the viable solution. It is the due diligence of the state and the justice system to provide resources for people to change their lives. And so therefore, we support this resolution. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1163 SD18. Did I skip one? Okay, Senate Bill 712 SD2 HD1 relating to corrections. First up is University of Hawaii.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. University of Hawaii stands upon its written testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Public Safety. Not present. Okay, next up is Hawaii Friends Restorative Justice. Standard testimony. Okay, next is Women's Prisons Project. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. You have our testimony in strong support of this bill, and what I would like to highlight is that prisons and other organizations that have provided trauma-informed care for their staff end up with less aggression and resistance and less depression and suicidality among the inmates. So many of the women particularly, but all of the people practically who end up incarcerated have horrendous trauma backgrounds, and that affects their behavior. And when the staff are trained to interact with them in a way that is appropriate in terms of addressing their trauma, things change dramatically in the atmosphere and the culture of the prison, and the women are not re-traumatized. So thank you for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on Zoom, Vice Shap.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am in favor of SB 712 because I believe there is an importance for trauma-informed care. It is an ethical decision, and we need to make sure we create an ethical and compassionate environment for those who are incarcerated. So I abide by my testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Tia Hartsock, Office of Wellness and Resilience Executive Director in the Office of the Governor. Just standing in strong support of this measure, wanting to articulate the importance of trauma-informed care in the state framework that we're developing in the Act 209 Session Laws 2021, the Trauma-Informed Care Task Force. Developing a framework currently that will be implemented by the Office of Wellness and Resilience, which includes development of curriculum. So I wrote in testimony that we're in strong support and willing to collaborate with the development of this certification program. Also currently implementing a course at the University of Hawaii School of Social Work in the Master's Program on Trauma-Informed Care. So there's a little bit of precedence. And really excited for you folks to be hearing this and hopefully in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Any members, any questions? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support. And we're going to provide comments for adult corrections officers who are to be in sensitive situations. They have to be trained to, they have to have trauma-informed care training. And the reason being is a trauma-informed approach to care acknowledges that there needs to be a, they need to consider everything that the incarcerated people have gone through, and also so that they can provide effective health care with a healing orientation. And adopting trauma-informed practices can potentially improve the treatment and health outcomes, and also it will address the reduction of costs for healthcare and the social service sectors. Trauma-informed care also helps people to create pathways to recovery and to recognize signs and symptoms of trauma, and how to integrate knowledge within the policies and procedures and practices. So this is something that we are in support of. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Members, questions? Okay, no questions. We'll move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1163 ST1 HD1 relating to Civil Air Patrol. First is Haima on Zoom.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Dan Rapkick representing James Burrows, who is in Washington, D.C. today. We have submitted written testimony and we stand in strong support of this measure. If you have any questions, let us know.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? And members, questions? Okay, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1534 ST2 HD1 relating to transportation. First up is Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, we stand on our written testimony and support and are here for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Robert Chishido with State DOT Highways, and we stand as our testimony submitted, support with comments, and here for questions.
Thank you. Okay, next, Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika, Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on written comments and be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is Ulupono.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We'll send out our testimony and support, Chair. We have a few comments, potential recommendation for you to consider around the broad implementation plan and making sure that we account for and incentivize our fuel-efficient vehicles as we look to roll this thing out. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1535 SD1 HD1 related to transportation. Let's see. First up is DLNR.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa and members of the committee. Don Chang, Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. DLNR appreciates the amendments to Senate Draft 1 of the measure, which narrowed the scope of the exemption specifically in relationship to Chapter 6E, and therefore we support this measure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Department of Office Planning and Sustainable Development.
Aloha, Chair, Representatives. I'm Tom Eisen, the Senior Planner with OPSD's Environmental Review Program, the program formerly known as OEQC. We stand on our submitted comments, and I'd like to emphasize that the Chapter 343 environmental review process already provides for agencies like the DOT to exempt minor actions, such as those addressed in this bill, from the erstwhile requirement of preparing an environmental assessment. The current exemption process includes some minor documentation and reporting provisions so the public can be aware of the action being exempted. This bill, in its current form, would eliminate these transparency provisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. We stand by our written submitted testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this measure to testify? Okay, members' questions. Okay, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 963 SD2 HD1 relating to transportation. First up is DAGS.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Keith Regan, Comptroller for the State of Hawaii, providing testimony, providing comments on this measure. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Hawaii, State of Hawaii Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission. I'm sorry, not here. Okay, next is Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chris Yunker for the Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony with comments and are here for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Department of Transportation.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand by our written testimony and support.
Okay, Climate Change Protectors Hawaii. No. Ted Boland? No. Okay, let's see. Next is Ulupono.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of Ulupono Initiative. Chair, we'll stand on our testimony in support of this bill. We do have a preference for some of the language in the SD2 draft. It has some of the language around increased transportation options for folks, including bicycle storage lockers that we think are very important for consideration when looking at other options for folks to get to and from work. And really appreciate you hearing this measure, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Matthew Geyer.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Matt Geyer with Hawaii Environmental Change Agents. And any measure that's supporting increasing electric vehicle stalls. That's really critical. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members' questions? Okay, next we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1024 SD2 HD1 relating to transportation. Let's see. First up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Basti, Sustainability Coordinator at the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Our office would like to stand on our testimony supporting the intent, offering a comment, noting that the new HD1 sets a goal with an unidentified target date. Currently, our state has 21 statutory sustainability and climate targets to be achieved between now and 2050. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chris Junker for the Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony and support and are here for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Chair, Ulupono, stand on testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Austin Warner.
Hey everyone. My name is Austin Warner, and I've never done this before. I'm a student at HPU under Professor LaPresti. You probably know him. All right, so in my sustainability class and environmental ethics class, I did an eco footprint, and it calculated how much pollution I've contributed to Earth. And my biggest field of impact was transportation. So I think whether it's plane flights, Uber, bus trips, and driving myself, I found out that motor vehicles produce a lot of pollution to the planet. I've also found out it would take 6 planets for everyone to sustain a similar life to that of mine. Just let that marinate for a second. We don't have 6 planets. Anyway, I believe by setting up these goals, it incentivizes the state to establish regulations and making sure Hawaii can have more environmentally friendly vehicles. I fully support making a more fuel-efficient fleet of vehicles that work for the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Geyer.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Matt Geyer again, Hawaii Environmental Change Agents. I want to second what the previous testifier said, that we don't have 6 planets. We need to take this environmental issues very seriously, and appreciate the goals of this measure, and ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support. Currently, most electric cars are powered by rechargeable lithium-ion batteries that are compact and have a very high energy density. They are charged primarily by an external electricity source, which can be as simple as a standard 120-volt outlet. The onboard charger takes the incoming alternating current electricity and converts it to direct current power for charging the main battery. The power is delivered to what is called the electric traction motor that drives the car's wheels. A variety of sophisticated electronic components are involved in this process. And this is being implemented in the electric bus fleets at the city. The city and Honolulu has been trying to upgrade their bus system so that it can lessen the dependence on fossil fuels and toxic greenhouse gas emissions. And the city has unveiled new electric vehicle charging stations at Kalihi Palama bus facility. And its goal is to get to a zero emission bus fleet. So this was a coordinated effort from the Honolulu DTS and the Department of Design and Construction and Oahu Transit Services, which worked with some third-party contractors and consultants. And so in regards to this resolution, it is good to consider the work of the city and to collaborate with the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to testify? Okay, members' questions? Okay, we're going to recess for decision-making. Members, we're going to vote on this first agenda before our second agenda, so we'll be in recess. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on our first agenda. First up is Senate Bill 303 SD1. Recommendation is to pass as an HD1, taking BNF amendments, technical amendments, and we're gonna defect it 633,000. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 303 SD1 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto.
Aye.
Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, members, next up is Senate Bill 1101 SD1. Members, we're gonna defer this measure and then we're gonna decide if we're gonna move the Con-Am with this at some later date. Okay, moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1314 SD2. Recommendation is to pass, let's see. We're going to. Okay. Yeah, this one we're gonna move on. Members, we're gonna make some technical amendments and we're gonna actually clean up the date. We're gonna be moving this out clean. Any discussion? Yes? Upon approval. Well, with a clean approval date.
Clean approval.
Yes. Okay, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1314 SD2 with amendments, noting the excused absence of Representative Ward. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, members, we're moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1315 SD2. We're going to also move this out with some technical amendments and a clean approval date. So it's going to go straight up. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1315 SD2 with amendments, noting the presence of Representative Ward and that all members are now present who will be noted present for the rest of the agenda unless otherwise noted. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 1373 SD1. We're going to move this out at an HD1, technical amendments, and a defective date. Any discussion? Hey, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SBs 1373 SD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on, Senate Bill 296 SD2 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 296 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, Senate Bill thank you, members. Senate Bill 699 SD2 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 699 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to Senate Bill 449 SD2 HD1. We're going to defer this measure to a later time, members. Moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1532 SD2 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1532 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 732 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 732 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 844 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 844 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next is Senate Bill, thank you, Senate Bill 710 SD2 HD1 as is. Discussion. Representative Kobayashi.
Can we add that tech amendment about this being a statewide concern?
We're going to move it out and we're going to let subject matter deal with some of those other changes at this point.
Conference.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 710 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Senate Bill 711 SD2 HD1. Members, we're going to be deferring this bill. That was brought to our attention that there may be some problems with this bill being looked at as a grant and aid. So at this point, unless we can figure out something that we can do in the budget with this, it is deferred. Next up is Senate Bill 712 HD2 SD2 HD1, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 712 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Next is Senate Bill 1163 SD1 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1163 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Senate Bill 1534 SD2 HD2. We're going to be moving this out as an HD3 with tech amendments, blanking out the appropriation, and a defective date. Any discussion? Representative Ward.
Chair, I have a real problem with this.
Yeah, we're blanking out the amount. Sorry.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, just misspoke. We're blanking out the amount, but please proceed.
Well, I have a problem with the concept, actually. We're turning our cars into rental cars by having, but otherwise I'm not against EVs, but the EVs have upset the whole fuel tax phenomenon that fixes the roads, etc. But instead of putting it on the EVs, it's on all these people are going to have to pay by the mile, as well as some of the older cars that have to drive longer and farther. I think there's a better way of doing it, and this is probably not the way, at least I think for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
You're gonna blank out the
fee
per mile charge?
The estimate, the fee for the annual state vehicle registration surcharge.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah, and then the 8 cents in the other.
The 8 cents.
Yeah. Yes.
I think this is one of those one-size-fits-all bill. The 8 cents should not apply to every vehicle, regardless of size. Doesn't make sense.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote, HD3.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1534 SD2 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Noes by Representative Ward. Any additional noes? Noes by Representative Alcos. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Senate Bill 1535 SD1 HD1, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1535 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Senate Bill 968 SD2 HD1 relating to transportation, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 968 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 1024 SD2 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1024 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to adjourn this hearing, and we're going to move into the next one in a couple minutes. Hang on a second. Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance on our second agenda. First up is Senate Bill 629 SD1, HD1 relating to the Hawaii Tourism Authority. First up is HTA.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Ilihia Johnson for the Hawaii Tourism Authority. We have some comments on Senate Bill 629. You have them in your written testimony. I just want to highlight that the current statute allows HTA to procure marketing services through a competitive bidding process to find the best value for the state. This measure would restrict our ability to do that. And if you refer to the chart in our written testimony, you'll see the economic impact of the sales production by the current contractor. We'll be standing by for any questions. Mahalo for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES to provide comments. So the Hawaii Tourism Authority in the 2001 report for the 2022 season stated that the board adopted community-led destination management action plans, DMAPs, for each of the Hawaii 4 counties. And the DMAPs are being implemented in coordination with the community, visitor industry, and other state, county, and federal agencies. In July, HTA's operations realigned with the strategic plan to better support the 4 interacting pillars: natural resources, Hawaiian culture, community, and brand marketing. And there is a focus on regenerative tourism. And so regenerative tourism involves providing activities for visitors that will allow destinations to heal while counterbalancing the social, economic, and environmental impacts of tourism. These activities can include planting taro patches, working in the lo'i, getting firsthand experience as a part of the Hawaiian culture, and helping to remove plastic and nets from the beaches. So, or also like replanting native tree species. So HTA does a lot of good work for the community. And in terms of the HCC contract, I do think that needs to be looked over, but we should be supportive of the efforts of HTA. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to testify? Okay, members, questions? Representative Ward.
HTA, please. I get the impression that this is going to make you less competitive. Or what do you say? What's the downside in generally your comments and the opposition I see in other testimony?
Sure. So this measure would prescribe who is able to do the marketing for the convention center. The way the statute is currently written, in 201B7, it's an open procurement. So anybody, including whoever manages the convention center, could bid on the contract under current statute.
So which works better? Current or new?
We are satisfied with the performance of the current contractor. The convention center management reports that they have a good working relationship with the current contractor. And again, there's nothing in HRS 201B7 currently that precludes whoever operates the convention center from also bidding on the marketing.
So it sounds like you're against the bill. Not needed. The bill is not needed. Okay.
You can say that.
Just
Thank
as
you.
a footnote question,
Yes.
Chair, if I may. I was here when we voted to have the convention center, and we were told that it would be a payback period within 15, maybe 20 years at the most. Probably 10 even in the best case scenario. How much money do we still owe on the convention center?
I can get back to you on that.
It's in the multiple millions of dollars, unfortunately. Okay, that's just my editorial comment. Thank you,
Sure.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Chair. Please, Representative Ayub.
Sure.
Question. So,
Yes, Rep.
doesn't it make sense that the individual or the company that manages the operation of the convention center also deal with the promotion of the events that use that are going to use the convention center?
Well, thanks for the question, Rep. You know, when we look at large-scale events, there are many entities involved in putting on a large-scale event beyond the convention center, right? There's the center, there's the host hotels. Perhaps the convention center cannot provide all of the kinds of spaces necessary for an event. And so it really, selling a citywide event really goes beyond the walls of the convention center.
Okay, so if I wanted to start a contract, or if I wanted to host an event in the convention center next month, who would I call to do that?
What kind of event?
I don't know, a convention and any event in the convention center, who would I call to do that?
Next month, you would probably call the folks on the ground.
Okay. The operator of the convention center.
Yeah.
If I wanted to do an event 2 years from now, who would I call?
Probably the Meet Hawaii team. When you look at some of the larger events, the windows are really far out, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So.
But I think the intent of the bill is just to call the same person instead of calling 2 different entities depending on what time of the year you're looking for an event, right? Or no?
That could be the intent of the bill.
Okay, but you guys don't think that that's a better solution than?
So
than
currently,
the current solution?
The current contractor and the convention center management, they work really well together.
Yeah, and but there's still 2 separate entities, right?
Yes.
So, like, back to my earlier question, if I wanted to host an event next month, I'd call one entity. If I wanted to do it 13 months from now, I'd call a totally separate entity. Right.
Currently, it depends on what it is too. If it's a local event and you just need the
Making
space.
it really difficult for outside people to try to set up an event in the convention center. Okay.
Understood.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Rep.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Kobayashi.
The way I read this bill, it says the authority may enter into contracts. The first line, page 1.
Okay.
So you could continue your current operations, it seems to me.
I can certainly follow up with you.
Because it's a permissive may, right?
Yes.
So the current employees who manage the convention center could continue to manage.
The contractor that currently operates the convention center could continue to manage the convention center, yes.
And the current person who markets could continue because it says may contract to market.
So on page 2, until January 1st, 2024.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Because thereafter, the
Right.
contract for management of the convention center facility shall include
Gotcha.
marketing for all uses.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Mahalo, Rep.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be moving on to the next measure, members. Senate Bill 304, SD2, HD2, relating to visitor impact fees. First up is Office of the Governor.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Blake Oshiro, Senior Advisor for the Governor. Down on our written testimony and support, and I'll be available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Attorney General.
Could you speak a little faster, please?
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. I'm Daniel Morris, Deputy Attorney General, and I'm here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 304. This is an innovative program that will allow the state to address the impacts of visitors on our state-owned natural resources. And it really would be an innovative program because no other state has really adopted a program with this type of breadth and with this type of potential to address those adverse impacts. I do want to thank the Tax Foundation for pointing out some concerns regarding the constitutionality of treating non-residents differently than residents and why their concerns were raised about this looking more like a tax than a fee. The Department of the Attorney General believes those concerns are not founded, and the reason is we've worked really hard to make sure this bill is constitutional. And the reason for that is that it builds upon a concept that's already worked. In the 1970s, the United States Supreme Court upheld a program in Montana where non-residents were charged for hunting fees after the state recognized the huge increase in out-of-state hunters and the increase in the impacts of those out-of-state hunters. And the court said that the states have a right to treat non-residents differently in situations where there are state-owned resources that are held in trust for the people of their state. And that's precisely what our state parks and state-owned resources are. We have such a robust history of court decisions about our duties to hold these resources as a public trust for our citizens. And this bill allows us to do that and to build on something that, for example, in Montana was very narrow, but this is a broader program. Likewise, at Hanauma Bay, we already do charge non-residents parking fees and access fees that are different than residents. And the reason this type of program is constitutional is because there's no impact on fundamental rights. These are really recreational state-owned resources that are held in trust for the people of the state. And the courts have said you can draw a distinction in that regard. And the other concern raised by the Tax Foundation was that this type of fee would look more like a tax. And we've worked really hard to ask the legislature to incorporate provisions, which this bill has, that make sure the uses of those funds are appropriately tailored to those impacts. The funds are used to address the resilience of our state-owned resources. They're used to put money back into those state parks and areas of state resources that are impacted by non-residents, including control of invasive species and addressing climate change. So it's not as if the fees are tantamount to what would be general revenue. They're tailored to those uses. And I think one of the things too that we've incorporated into this program is the notion that this bill includes is the idea of allowing the administrative rule process to identify areas that are particularly impacted by non-residents and make sure that the program is tailored so that the monies come from those areas that can be designated through the rulemaking process rather than just broadly applying everywhere. So for those reasons, we feel like the program is narrowly tailored and would pass constitutional muster. But I did want to make myself available for any questions because it is an innovative program, and if it was easy, everyone would do it. And Hawaii has a chance to really be an innovator with this type of program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. DLNR?
Aloha, Senate Representative Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair and members of the committee. Don Chang, Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. We stand in strong support of this bill and are available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Aloha chairs, vice chair, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Basti, Sustainability Coordinator for the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Our office stands on our testimony supporting the intent of this measure, and we actually want to note that this legislation is in alignment with the state of Hawaii's Climate and Sustainability Strategic Action Plan, also known as the Hawaii 2050 Sustainability Plan. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. State of Hawaii Climate Change Mitigation Adaptation Commission.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chairs, members of the committee, mahalo for the opportunity to testify. Leah Laramie with the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission. We stand in strong support of this bill. Our natural and cultural resources are very important to us, and they're threatened by climate change, but they also serve as mitigation to climate change. So by protecting these resources, we're also becoming more resilient towards climate change. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Tourism Authority.
Aloha kako, Ilihia Johnson for the Hawaii Tourism Authority. You have a written testimony. The ethic of malama, of care and stewardship, it's at the core of our visitor education efforts. Our work is framed by 4 interacting strategic pillars: natural resources, Hawaiian culture, community, and global branding. But the last of those, branding, is dependent on the strength of the first 3. And so to the extent that this measure will support those, we're in support of this measure. We stand ready to assist in educating visitor industry stakeholders as well as our visitors, and we defer to our good friends at the Department of Land and Natural Resources on matters related to implementation. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Hawaii Green Fee Coalition.
Hi there, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for hearing my testimony today. I'm representing a coalition of over 45 small businesses and nonprofit organizations who would be working to implement some of the solutions outlined in the priorities of this bill. We're standing on our written testimony in support of a broad-based fee that allows state agencies to work hand in hand with nonprofit organizations. Thank you for considering the measure today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. I do appreciate the detailed presentation by Deputy AG Mr. Morris, whom I've worked with before. I wanted to explain a little bit the basis of some of our concerns. We don't doubt the proposition that if you charge a user fee for a specific benefit, and the fee defrays the cost of the benefit, there's no problem. That's what it happens in Hanauma Bay. That was challenged in U.S. District Court, and the decision was in favor of the fee. If, on the other hand, you tax the right to travel, that's a problem because there are constitutional rights of the people to travel throughout the nation. And we have seen that in a number of cases dating back to 1867, when people were traveling in stagecoaches. The license conferred by this bill and what tourists would buy with their $50 is the right to access a state park, beach, forest, hiking trail, or other natural areas on state land. So presumably if I were a tourist and I were to go on the lawn outside and I didn't have a license, I could get arrested and fined. So it's kind of a pretty broad thing that is being we're talking some very broad access here, which makes me think that it is close to the line of the fundamental right to travel. And we do want to point out that in State versus Medeiros, which is a case from the Hawaii Supreme Court in 1999, trying to explain the difference between fees and taxes, they said that a charge that could be used for general revenue raising purposes is the classic realm of taxation and is therefore a tax. So we're just uncomfortable that the spectrum of possible uses of this fund is very, very broad, and we don't know where the line into general revenue raising is crossed, but that's where our concern is placed. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Kuaina Ulu Amo on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the House Finance Committee. Kevin Chang on behalf of Kuaina Ulu Amo. Strongly support this bill to the extent that it supports citizen stewardship and allows our local and Native Hawaiian communities to work with our state in bettering the condition of our environment and our culture. Mahalo. We stand on our testimony.
Okay, thank you. Next is Wild Kids.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Arwen Revere, and I'm a high school student from Kailua, as well as a member of the student-led environmental organization Wild Kids. We're in strong support of this bill as we believe an innovative funding stream such as this is critical to fund the vital conservation efforts necessary to support Hawaii's ecosystems. We would also like to highlight the importance of these funds being accessible to nonprofit organizations. Funding such as this is really necessary to support these organizations. Supporting nonprofits helps to inspire the next generation to get involved and make a difference in their community. There's immense public support for this initiative, and we believe that Senate Bill 304 is a clear pathway to protecting our environment for residents and visitors alike. As a representative of the youth of the state of Hawaii, I ask that you please protect our ecosystems for future generations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Nature Conservancy Hawaii, Palmyra and Palmyra.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Anthony Ching with Nature Conservancy of Hawaii in Palmyra. We submitted testimony in strong support of the legislation, and we asked for you to continue supporting it. And we hope to see this innovative and big new investment in our natural resources to make it all the way through. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Kupu.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Kavika Riley, Vice President at Kupu. We submitted written testimony and just wanted to highlight and add to the testimony that you've read and already heard. The visitor industry and our visitors, there's a great deal of pressure that's placed on our natural resources, on our environment as a result of those things. And if we want to continue to have water that is drinkable, oceans that we can swim in, air that is safe to breathe, and continue to have the capacity to grow, buy, and eat local, it's important for us to care for the environment in response to those pressures. That's one of the reasons why we strongly support this bill. In addition to those environmental needs that you'll hear so much more about from other testifiers, we wanted to also talk about the economic and workforce benefits of legislation such as this. When you invest in conservation, you're also investing in jobs. Conservation projects and conservation work employs positions at a varied range of income and varied range of skills. They make possible jobs in such as conservation technician, where you're working on the ground, getting your hands dirty, restoring trails and repairing watersheds and harmed areas. But it also makes possible other positions such as conservation scientists, planners, researchers, and many other different types of jobs that our local people are uniquely positioned well to hold so they can live here in Hawaii. These are also jobs that are very hard to outsource, right? Because the work is here in Hawaii. It's happening here. So for these reasons, because this is good for our aina, because this is good for our economy and the future generations of Hawaii's workforce, we ask that you pass this bill. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next is Resources Legacy Fund. Jocelyn Herbert. Okay, not here. Okay, we'll move on to John Kittinger.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I stand on my written testimony. Just want to add that I have had the unique experience to see how these systems work in other countries. Deputy AG mentioned that Hawaii would be the first to establish an innovative program such as this. I sit on the Palau Protected Area Network Fund Board, which programs the green fee funding from Palau, the Pristine Paradise Environmental Fee. And I can tell you that that program is an incredible program for communities, for the visitor industry, and for that country. Now, obviously, they have a very different legal and policy environment than we have here in Hawaii, but seeing how that program works in Palau firsthand and how it works in other places like the Galapagos, it truly can bring huge benefits to both the visitor industry and communities alike. Thank you for hearing the measure and for your support.
Okay, thank you very much. The next is Doration.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Duration, testifying as an individual, but also part of the Hawaii Green Fee Coalition. Standing on my written testimony in really strong support, and just want to highlight the importance of offsetting all visitor impact. Visitors don't impact just state parks, but they also impact all of our other trails, beaches, forests, and reefs. So that's why a broad-based green fee like this one is so important to pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sam Dorios on Zoom.
Oh, hello. You have my written testimony, so I won't talk too long. It's just to say that I'm very, very much in strong support of this bill. I see some of my friends in that room. I'm sorry I'm not in person. I'm only in Zoom. Hi, guys. And the only thing I would add beyond my testimony that is written is I've heard a couple of people saying, using the word innovative, this is innovative. I mean, doing something we should have done 10 years ago is innovative, I guess. Doing something that other places have already been doing, like Palau, Jack mentioned Palau, is innovative for us, I guess. I don't view this as innovative. I view this as not doing it as, if we didn't do this, I think that'd be a little embarrassing, quite frankly. This is something we need to do. It's necessary. And yeah, I hope the committee makes the right move. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Lauren Chamberlain.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here to testify in strong support of SB 304. My name is Lauren, and I live in Kailua. I'm a marine scientist that has been working in marine conservation on Oahu for the past 7 years. And during that time, I have predominantly worked with and for a variety of nonprofits on this island. And I can say firsthand that the nonprofits on this island are overworked and underfunded, and a large burden of their work comes from tourism. And I can say just this morning I was out on Sandy Beach leading students with a nonprofit, and we saw buses filled with tourists being dropped off at the beach, going on the beach, and we were cleaning up their trash after them. We saw bottles from like hotel shampoo bottles, trash bags from Waikiki that were shopping bags, and different items that appeared to be tourism based. On top of that, these are the same buses that are dropping off their visitors on top of near monk seals and sea turtles, and the burden is often on nonprofits to provide the education and the resources to prevent interactions and provide the education on these animals, these marine protected species. And I just strongly believe that if visitors are going to create burden for our nonprofits that are already underfunded and overworked, there should be held responsible towards supporting these really important organizations that are limited in what they're able to do right now and help them to expand their work. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Matthew Geyer.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Matthew Geyer with Hawaii Environmental Change Agents. You've heard all this great testimony. You've heard the environmental impacts that tourists are having. You've heard that this is good for the environment. It's good for the economy. It benefits nonprofits that are working hard to maintain our natural resources. It's even good for the tourist industry because the tourists, many tourists obviously are coming here to see our natural beauty here. And it's just really, really important that this passes. And I hope you make sure that it passes this year. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Alex Wong, Kauai Farm Planning. I stand on my written testimony in strong support of SB 304, and today I'm here to speak on behalf of all the farmers, ranchers, and ag producers across the state of Hawaii who are currently on MedQuest or uninsured. I'm here to take a few minutes to say that the $2,000 per month income cap pigeonholes us in poverty, and I humbly ask all of you for an amendment to this bill that will solve a very big problem right now across the state of Hawaii. Please make Hawaii's tourists subsidize healthcare for Hawaii's farmers. Please utilize the Hawaii Visitor Green Fee to address the worsening state.
Excuse me. I think you're on the wrong measure. We'll call up that. What are you testifying on?
304.
Yeah, okay.
The
Please go
Visitor
ahead.
Green Fee.
Okay, go ahead.
Please utilize the Hawaii Visitor Green Fee to address the worsening state of Hawaii's agricultural economy, lands, and infrastructure, the struggling mental and physical health of Hawaii's farmers, and the fact that Hawaii is dependent on importing 80 to 90% of its food. Although the Visitor Green Fee does address restitution to the environment for the negative impact tourism has on Hawaii's natural resources, it does not address restitution towards Native Hawaiians and Hawaii residents who also suffer from the damages caused by tourism on the quality of life in Hawaii. This is a social equity issue. Tourism in Hawaii has been built on the backs of Hawaiians and locals since the beginning. Now is the time to rebuild Hawaiian agriculture on the back of the billion-dollar tourism industry. This is social equity for the people of Hawaii. I just spent the last 16 months working with Dr. Tao Lee and the University of Hawaii College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources Seeds of Wellbeing Project and survey of Hawaii's agricultural producers. Out of 408 survey responses, 1 out of 3 of all the farmer respondents reported experiencing symptoms of depression, and over half of the respondents under the age of 45 reported symptoms of depression. Nearly 1 out of every 10 of the total respondents reported having thoughts of suicide. At this rate, who wants to farm? We have the ag land, or at least until the counties pave them over with urban development. We need more healthy and resilient farmers. If we all truly care about food security, public nutritional health, import substitution, and environmental and economic resiliency, then we must do better at supporting Hawaii's farmers and their financial bottom line. If the state government genuinely cares about the future of Hawaii's agricultural industry and economic viability outside of tourism, a non-essential industry proven by COVID, then it must take better care of Hawaii's farmers and ag communities. When less than 1% of the state of Hawaii's budget goes towards agriculture, nothing changes if nothing changes. In order to keep Hawaii green, in order to keep country, we need more farmers actively growing on ag land. At the very least, you, our representatives, can do for supporting Hawaii's agricultural industry. The bare minimum is to provide comprehensive quality health care for Hawaii's farmers and their children. If we can't even agree that tourism should directly fund health care for the Hawaiians and locals growing our food that we all eat, the message you are sending to all of us farmers is very clear. Actions speak louder than words. I'm available for any questions. Mahalo nui loa.
Okay, thank you very much. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and honorable members of the Finance Committee. My name is Dyson Chi. I'm a student at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, majoring in interdisciplinary studies in economics, political science, and communicology. I'm testifying in strong support of SB 304. Now, like any good student, I decided to skip school today, or at least ditch school early, because who wants to be in school when you can be in this room with all of you? Now, in all seriousness, other than wanting to see all of your smiling faces, I also care a lot about this bill. At the end of the day, there's 2 reasons why. The first is that I was born and raised here. I grew up in the Makiki-Ala area, and I just have really good family memories of spending a lot of time at Ala Beach Park. That's why I learned how to throw net, spearfish, snorkel, scuba dive. And I want to make sure that these places are protected so that way all of us, all of our kids can enjoy them just as we got to. And then secondly, as someone who is a current taxpayer and will hopefully be around to be a taxpayer in the future, I also want to make sure that we're able to pay for protecting our natural resources because it's not free. But ultimately, I don't think locals alone are going to be able to take on that burden. It needs to be all of us working together, including tourists, to be able to ensure that the natural resources that we use are going to be there for hundreds of years from now. And ultimately, this requires a comprehensive green fee that has all of us working together, especially nonprofits and government agencies, working together to make that a reality. So I kindly and humbly ask all of you to please pass SB 304. And I'm very grateful that all of you are here hearing this bill today. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. And of course, like all the previous testifiers and of course the brilliant students that have testified, that we should all be supportive of green fees. So Green fees will offset and subsidize costs that are going to be necessary because of the tourism impact. Caring for natural resources that get impacted by tourists include such things such as protecting endemic species and animal wildlife. The fees can be allocated to funding the preservation and conservation of hikes, wildlife sanctuaries, ocean preserves, tourist destinations, such as hikes and natural phenomena should first and foremost be protected. If tourist destinations are being treated like a carnival or amusement park where people exploit it and throw their trash everywhere, then we as Kama'ainas have not performed our duties as stewards. Also, the visitors will not learn about our sacred land and the special character traits of Hawaii. So a good example that is being currently implemented is the Hanauma Bay. It's an educational experience. The visitors learn about wildlife and marine biodiversity, and the costs from the visitors subsidize the expenses of the conservation efforts. The cost, so for the sanctuary costs and those sorts of things. There are ways the state can assist with these preservation efforts, and especially there are ways to work with the nonprofits and businesses to identify how the state can get involved and how there can be a collaborative working relationship to work towards mutual goals. The protection of the environment, the preservation of nature, the care of wildlife species and plants should be outlined in a strategic action management plan for the purpose of sustainability and wildlife protection. There should be a report to be generated to see environmental impact on our natural resources as it relates to the effects from the tourism industry. So, for these reasons, it can be reasonably concluded that we should be supportive of green fees. And also, I'm looking forward to going to Ocean Day, where we can meet a lot of the organizations that are involved in marine biodiversity and conservation. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. DLNR, please. The gem in my district was mentioned a number of times as the model, Hanauma Bay.
Yes.
This bill would not subsume Hanauma Bay into this because it's all state land, not any of the city and county like Hanauma Bay is kind of a hybrid.
That's
Okay,
correct. It would not affect Hanauma Bay.
Okay.
Nor would it affect some of the parks that we are also charging fees for. So, yes, those would not be included in this.
Speaking of the fee, is the $50 about the spot-on amount, or is that something we should be discussing?
I think it is reasonable and appropriate at this time. The bill does provide an opportunity for us to go through rulemaking in the event we want to increase the fee. But at this point in time, I think everybody is satisfied that the $50 charge is appropriate, especially if you're coming with a family.
So 50 would cover the whole family then?
No, it only cover per person.
Okay.
Oh,
The
yes.
average size of the visitor family is $150 worth?
Could be.
Okay.
Similar to what you pay to go to Disneyland, or maybe less.
Okay. And the implementation of this, it says online, do you get a QR code? How do you actually do this?
You raise really good questions, Representative Ward. Those details haven't been set out. We'd still have to do some administrative rules, come back with a report. But I think we're looking at all appropriate vehicles to make it as easy as possible for a visitor to pay their $50 fee.
How much is it in Palau? I know you didn't mention that, but somebody said, I've rarely heard Palau as a model, but what is it? $100 per person.
And they're talking about raising it to $150.
Per person or per family?
Yes, per person.
If they can charge $100 per, we're a little bit under the market, it looks like.
Well, you may be right.
Okay, but the other, let me just note this. DLNR has been underfunded for so long with like 8 million square miles of water and land, et cetera. And this has come up probably when Laura Thielen was in that position. And they tried it, and it just sort of fell flat because the local people pushed back. The AG says we're okay, we're on solid ground. You guys are okay with it?
Yes.
And we should get on with it then.
Yep. And we greatly appreciate the legislature's support in this.
And none of us in this room have to pay it.
Nope,
Right?
so long as you're a resident, you don't have to
Okay,
pay.
got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Dale, if you could stay there, please.
Yes.
Sorry, my questions are more operational in nature, and granted, you still have to go through the admin rulemaking process and all that, but can you help us kind of understand how you envision this rolling out? I know, we know very well that, you have challenges filling your vacancies with
Right.
bill care. Do you envision like officers standing at the beach, asking people to see their QR code?
That's a really good question. So we are anticipating needing to increase our capacity. I think we are asking for positions. We are having to look at, we're hoping that enforcement is not the first line of defense here. That through education, that we are educating the visitor about their responsibility should they want to visit one of our resources, that they're going to pay for the fee. So, but we haven't really worked out all the details that will come through rulemaking. I think we're also looking at, as some of the testifiers testified, providing funds to some of our nonprofits, counties, other agencies. This is not going to be exclusively used by the state. It will be a source of funds that we can empower other partners to take care of those resources.
Right, okay, thank you for that answer.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, one other follow-up, if I
Sure.
may, Chair. Let's see here, what was the, 1 second here. Where did it go? Never mind, I'll save it for later. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Morcall.
Thank you.
Yes.
The problem I have with this is thinking that a family comes to Hawaii and they just end up at a beach, any beach.
Mhm.
Would they be cited if they didn't have that license?
You know, we haven't worked out all of the specific details, but our beaches are open to the public.
Right.
So I think the fact if you're just going to a public beach, you're probably not going to be cited.
You know what I would think would be probably easier
Yeah.
to agree to this is if there was a list of areas that you would be requiring this license
Right.
at. So when they go online and they see that, oh, okay, I need to get the license, then they wouldn't, they're willing to pay it, right?
Yeah.
So that's my big concern. It's like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
And we have people who have families here and they come and they go to enjoy the beach or the park with their families.
Yeah.
Will you be checking everybody's ID?
Yeah, I think you raise really good questions, Representative Marco. Obviously, we haven't worked out all of those details yet, but again, I think our first initiative is going to be education, is really educating the visitor, sort of kuleana, right? These are the resources that are available, but these are the impacts, and so in order to enjoy those experiences, we're requiring everyone to pay a visitor fee.
Right. And one more thing, if there are
Yeah.
groups that come to Hawaii to do work
Yeah.
on invasive species or in the forest,
Right.
would they be exempted from this? That's just something to think
Okay.
about. Thank
Yeah,
you.
You're probably one step ahead of us, but thank you for that question.
Okay, Representative Kobayashi, followed by Ward.
The last two representatives used the word beach.
Yes.
The way I read it, it has to be a beach on state land. That is, person who visits a state park, beach, forest, hiking trail, or other natural area on state land. I
Yes.
believe that virtually all of the beaches are owned by private citizens or the counties.
No, actually, all of the beaches are probably open to the public and on state land. The counties may own land, Mauka, in certain circumstances, and there may be private landowners who own land Mauka of the shoreline. But everything Makai of the shoreline is owned by the state of Hawaii as a public trust benefit
So,
for the public people.
But Makai of the high wash of the waves.
Yes.
So a person who goes to any beach,
Okay.
Kailua Beach, Makaha, Kapiolani Park Beach, they're not on state land.
If you're on the beach, you probably are on state
No,
land.
you're on the state-owned part of the beach if you're below Mackay of the high wash of the waves.
Or evidence of vegetation. So, for example, in Kailua Beach, if you are on the sandy shore, you're on public land. If you are Mauka of, let's say, the vegetation line, then you probably could be on a county park. But if you are on Sandy Beach, you're on state land. It's only the high wash of the waves is where we don't have a vegetation, so it's either or. It's not always just the high wash.
As you know, we've gone through this many times with the hotels. On Waikiki, you have hotels that have lawn chairs or beach chairs,
Yes.
which are on supposedly their land
And
not controlled by DLNR.
I think that's going to be on a case by case. In general, if you are on the beach, if you're on sand, if you are a Mackay of the vegetation line, you are probably on state-owned lands. And that's why there has been legislation regarding beach chairs that it is open to the public, so you cannot have a beach chair that you reserve if the person isn't there. But in general, the definition for the shoreline, it's either the vegetation line or high wash of the waves. But most of the times we will have some vegetation line, you'll have naupaka or you'll have grass. But everything that is Mackay of that shoreline, as evidenced either by the high wash of the waves or by vegetation, is owned by the state of Hawaii as a public trust for the benefit of the residents.
But, I mean, if you walk along Waikiki Beach, you can walk a very considerable distance and be above the high wash of the waves. I mean, trust me, I've done it.
Yeah, and and the only reason I'm hesitating, Representative Kobayashi, is because Waikiki may be a unique circumstance where there may be an agreement on what is, many years ago, there might have been an agreement on where certain hotels may own certain portions of the beach. But in general, the shoreline is not only evidenced by the high wash of the waves. It is usually we will look at vegetation lines, but in the absence of a vegetation line, it may be the high wash of the waves. But it's not going to be out in the ocean. It will be further Mauka. That the line is drawn much further Mauka than the wash of the waves.
Could I ask the Attorney General to comment?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. I was kind of itching in my chair wanting to say something.
What does the phrase
No.
what does the phrase on state land mean?
Well, you're correct to point out that there's a fairly broad reading of that that's somewhat imprecise, and Representative Morikawa said, well, there should be a list. And one of the really good features about this bill is it doesn't say on all state beaches or all state-owned resources. It says as designated by rule. So it gives DLNR the chance to identify areas that are particularly impacted by tourists. Waikiki District, for example, Kanapali, some districts that are particularly impacted and have those areas subject to this fee, so that you would be able to come up with a list so everyone knows where they are. You have a public education component where you can use appropriate signage and make sure people know what the rules are and where they can and can't go. And as to your notion that you can walk along Waikiki without ever actually sort of going onto state land, you wouldn't have to pay the fee to do that. You wouldn't be on a state park or a state beach. So, there's sort of built-in protections here to make sure that it's not some vague, overly broad definition of where the fees would be subject to. So I think incorporating the rulemaking process to specifically identify areas that can be put onto a list, that can have signs so people know what the rules are and where they're going to have to pay the fee.
So, what would happen if a person walks along a beach, not on state land,
But I
and
think-
then
oh.
walks toward the ocean and gets into an area called the high wash of the waves, would that person then be in violation?
Well, the first question, the first way you'd have to answer that is you'd have to let the rulemaking process determine whether that particular area where this individual is walking is subject to this fee. And let's say that it is, and that you're walking outside of that area, sort of happily saying, I'm not on the state park that's designated as a park subject to the fee, or the beach. But if you did sort of meander onto it, you know, technically you'd be subject to the fee. But I think, you know, there is, as Ms. Chang mentioned, there's a sort of a public education component of this. There's a compassionate enforcement component of this. There's a signage aspect of it. So I don't think it's, you know, it wouldn't work if there was draconian enforcement of someone who stepped onto, you know, trying to avoid, and then they say, oh, you know, you're under the fine. So I think the rulemaking process is really important to this, and I agree that it's an example of something like the devil's in the details, but that allows this rulemaking process to address that. It allows public input in that rulemaking process.
Maybe you should add into this, no draconian enforcement. Here's the situation that I think is a problem. There's a high wash of the waves. But what if you're on the beach during low tide? There is a distance between high wash of the waves and the wash of the waves during low tide. Technically, a person could be on dry sand and still be on state land, because the high wash of the waves is determined, you know, whenever there's a high wash of the waves.
Well, I think there's an answer to your question that the verbiage is actually the highest wash of the waves. So if you're gonna do a shoreline certification, you sort of have experts go out and see what's the highest it goes, and that's where we're drawing the line. So even on a low tide day, if the wave's only coming up to here, you have a shoreline certification that's been designated as the high wash of the wave, or perhaps the vegetation line. So I think that concern about seasonal changes and stuff can be addressed through existing laws and through this rulemaking process.
But the problem is that most beaches do not have a designated high wash of the waves mark. I know that because we battled that out in my district.
And I think for a possible solution would be if you decide that a certain area should be subject to this fee because it's heavily impacted by non-residents, then you can say, well, we want to place signs that give a clear indication to individuals where the line is drawn. And if it means going onto the sand, then that's where you have signage. So, you know, it's not impossible to do this in a way. It may be impossible to address every single detail because it is such a broad scope of program, but it's not impossibly broad. That's what I'm trying to point out today.
Okay.
And Representative
Thank you.
Kobayashi, if I can, I think.
Okay,
you're-
hold on one second. So both of you, yeah,
Go
as
ahead.
you're speaking, I need you in front of the mic because we are on Zoom
Okay,
also.
I
So there's
I apologize.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
think you're raising a very good question, but I think what you're raising the question is, what is the definition of a shoreline? So this is the
No.
because the definition.
I'm not
Oh,
addressing that.
Okay, because it doesn't, it's not
I'm
variable.
addressing the word on state land.
Yeah. So,
That's different from shoreline.
Okay, well, state land is defined as the shoreline. It is.
No, it is not. Go read the law.
Okay, we will do that. I appreciate that. And I think what we'll do is, as I think the Deputy AG indicated, a lot of this is going to be defined by rulemaking. So we will be very specific when we're looking at public beaches in particular, because I think public beaches are intended to be open to the public and not. So I think we're looking mostly like at trails, at parks, but I think your comment is well taken, and we will address that specifically when we're looking at rulemaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ward.
Chair, could you both stay AG and DLNR? We're really getting down in the weeds or seaweed or whatever, but I think the details are very important. I equate this to kind of like a Eurail pass. You get on the train, you can go anywhere for a certain period of time. Is this thing a locked-in time period that you pay the $50 for? Is it 1 week, 2 weeks?
1 year. Excuse me,
Wow,
I'm sorry.
that's really generous.
It is generous. But, I mean, we can always amend the rules, but for now, it's for 1 year.
Okay. Now for the HG, is there an easier way to, you know, what the good representative is bringing up, the cutting edge of the details are really getting a bit complicated. For a while there, I thought somebody was going to say we should have a discount if you just sunbathe and you pay a swimming fee if you go in the water. And it's like, oh my God, this is really getting complicated. You said there's no such thing as an airport fee. When you go to many countries, you have an arrival fee and a departure fee. It's very simple. Then you do all this division rather than being a beach police, green fee policeman or whatever. Have you explored all the other options, and this is the only way to do it?
Thank you so much for the question. It's a good one because I believe other countries that have programs like this do collect a fee at the airport, which would be much simpler.
Exactly.
But
Don't we have
problem
some
is-
version of that?
Well,
Euphemized, you pay it when you get to your hotel or whatever?
that's where you bump into some real strong legal problems with respect to federal laws regarding anti-head tax at the airport, and also indiscriminate, where you're not really basing it on where people are going in the state. You're saying if you come into our borders or you enter our harbors, then you're going to be paying this fee. And interestingly enough, you know, the case that the Tax Foundation mentioned from the 1800s specifically talked about that right to travel being impacted if you're putting a tax on people that enter the territory or enter our harbor. So you really can't do that, or you start impacting fundamental rights like the right to travel.
How many attorneys have you got in the Attorney General's office?
We got over 100 as far as
Can you guys brainstorm a little bit of way to figure this stuff out rather than, I think what this thing is workable, but I think there's got to be an easier way to do it because of what it's going to take to implement it, enforce it, and then somebody was caught on, well, look, it's high tide now, I'm safe. I mean, that's going to create a lot of consternation and maybe really some upset veterans saying, what are you guys in Hawaii trying to do with us? In other words, see if there's any other options. I know that's not part of the bill, but in terms of what can be done, I'm not sure that this is the best way to do it.
Thank you for
If I may, Representative Ward, we greatly appreciate that because I think we've exhausted all approaches.
All the legal approaches.
I think so. And so all constitutional challenges, and I think we believe this is the best approach. This green fee that's narrowly tailored.
But how you collect it, keep calling it a green fee.
Yeah.
But put it beneath or around or somewhere on the side of something that's legit.
And it
How
could
did they
be-
do with the, again, Maihanama Bay? That was ingenious, but it's very specific to one
Right.
area.
No, and most of, so for example, Diamond Head is like Haunama Bay, but this is one that's much broader, a 1-year
Yeah.
license that permits you to go to all of our resources.
And you don't want to put fences around those resources.
No, we don't. So, but I think that we are going to try to structure a way that is most convenient for the visitor, whether it's at a, you know, sort of like a money machine you can get at your hotel. I think we just cannot use it at the airport where it interferes with the right to travel.
I like
So I assure you, we have
Money
exhausted.
machine at the hotel, like an ATM machine.
You're good.
There you go.
There you go.
And
Yes.
then the AG can figure out why it's legal.
I think they have. Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
question.
Thank you, Chair, for that.
Okay,
down
thank you.
in the weeds.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we're gonna move on to the next bill. Let's see. Senate Bill 1027 ST2 HD1 relating to combat sports. Okay, first up is DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Nadine Ondo. I'm the Director of the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. And we stand on our written testimony which opposes this bill and offers comments. And primarily because we believe this is unnecessary to establish the commission that's asked for in this bill because we currently have a mixed martial arts program. that is administered under the auspices of the DCCA. We have an executive officer who runs that program. He is present today to answer any questions and specifics. And we believe that the appropriate way to go with this is to have a working group created to perhaps best meet the expansion of the current mixed martial arts program to accommodate the issues and concerns that have been raised by the combat sports supporters of this measure. And I'm available, as is the executive officer, and if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Next is Walter Cavallo.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. That's it, I won't need this anymore. On behalf, I stand strongly on the testimony that I submitted on combat sports. Been in the business for 50 years. I've been in Hawaii for 27 years working with combat sports. I've coached at high school and collegiate levels here and worked with many world-class athletes. I travel the world and work as a cut man at many big events. 21 licenses across the world in different countries, and every single state and country has an athletic commission. It's not a committee, it's a commission. You have commissioners and inspectors and people that work for the commission, and they're paid by the commission. They're not paid by the promotions. The money's generated, goes back into the program, and we're not asking for funding. How's that? We went through this whole process with all these different testimonies and different stages of this bill, and we're not asking for funding. We will fund the program itself within. DCCA, 10 years ago, I stood opposing them coming in and taking over the combat sports committee, whatever they want to call it, because they were going to ruin all the little shows that were the feeder shows, working with children, gradually bringing in martial arts with respect and learning the right way to do this. They've ruined all the shows. They can't afford to pay the fees that the DCCA are charging. They've been charging fees for 10 years, and not one dime has gone back into combat sports. How ironic is that? We want the Combat Sports Commission to fund itself, and all the monies earned and raised will go back into the commission itself to target and help some of the kids that are underprivileged to advance to a different part of the world and advance at another level of combat sports. We want to work on discipline. We want to implement rules and penalties for coaches that are not following the rules, that kids that are fighting in schools, they'll be suspended, they'll have a license, they'll have a passbook, they'll be tracked and recorded so we know how many competitions they've been in, not 30 fights and they're fighting a kid with no fight, so the kid is overmatched. This is ridiculous what's going on right now for 10 years. And this will fix it, because this will fix all the problems we're having with kids fighting in school as well. If they're licensed and registered through the commission and they get in trouble, they'll be suspended. They won't be able to participate in anything. Right now, there's so many things falling through the cracks that there's shows going on that are not even being regulated by the DCCA. How about that? So why don't we just all do shows and not follow the rules that were passed 10 years ago and just do shows? Kids being hurt, no medical people on hand, no doctor, no cut man, nobody there to wake up a kid that was knocked out. Well, I can guarantee you that this will not happen if we implement this athletic commission here in Hawaii. Every single state and country that I've worked in has a commission, not a committee. You cannot regulate a combat sport event without having 8 or 9 inspectors, without having commissioners there to regulate and implement the rules, people inspecting the way you wrap your hands, making sure you're not taking enhancing things in the back room. We don't drug test, we don't do anything here. Let's just do a show in Hawaii, they don't check anything. And it's really, the thing that hurts me the most is that, you know, when I work across the world at these different events, and I say, look, you guys should bring this event to Hawaii. They don't even have a commission there. They won't come here. They won't come here. Now, there's a show here that's been coming that isn't far from one of the largest shows in the world, far from, but the DCCA is not aware of this whole process. You have to know what you're doing. You can't teach math if you're a science teacher. You know what I mean? You have to be involved in this thing to make it work properly. And I just want Hawaii to be recognized as a source, as a real force in combat sports. We can't get away from the fighting. I got my license here when Hubert Min and everybody was on the pro boxing commission here years ago. That's gone. What happened to that? I mean, they sat me down, I took a written test, and I was questioned for 1 hour by everybody on the board to ask, why do you want to be a pro boxing coach? Why do you want to work with combat, with kids that are fighting and boxing and everything? Hey, it's the love for the kids and the safety of it. I know the sport very well, beyond anything anybody here can tell you. And I'm there for the kids. I worked at a show Saturday night. There was 40 fights. 20 fights, that's 40 fighters. I wrapped 35 of those fighters' hands, and I fixed 9 massive cuts at that event. If I wasn't there, who would have done that? Who would have done that? The DCCA doesn't have anything to support that type of person to be at these events, and I did it for free. How's that? They flew me here, but I did the show for free. So, I mean, this is my passion, to bring this up the right way. I moved to Hawaii 27 years ago, and I've been coaching and working with kids. I run a 501 nonprofit working with at-risk kids in Hilo for 20 years. Jerry Chang, any of these guys will tell you how important it is for me to make sure that these kids advance and move forward in the right direction. And safety is first. And again, we are in the Department of Finance here. We're not asking for money. I'm asking to establish a commission and let me show you that we can generate our own funds within to sustain. They've been doing it for 10 years. So why can't we do it the right way so we can get the big shows here? The money that the UFC would generate coming here is phenomenal. People don't come to the UFC and stay a night and go home. They stay a week in the hotel. They eat at every single restaurant and bar in town. And then they pay tickets. Your front row tickets are $2,000 at the UFC. They're not $400 or $40. They're $2,000 to sit front row. I know, I work there. So I can tell you what people pay to sit up front. So as far as generating money for the state, that's automatic. But the important thing is to put this thing together the right way. And I'm asking you all, please, to consider this because it's very important. It should have happened years ago the right way. Right now, we're not doing it the right way. I have any questions that you have, I have all the answers. No scripted stuff. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, member. Is there anyone else wishing to testify this member? Please come forward.
Aloha. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES to provide comments. So the study, as the previous testifier mentioned, is a good idea. And the study should include a community outreach portion to get input from community members to see if that's even a show that people from Hawaii would want. Also, this is a discussion to involve the city because Blaisdell is within their purview. And the city and state can work together to conduct the community outreach to survey the people to see to what extent they'd want to put shows on at the Blaisdell. So there's a reason why these shows are in Vegas. That city is filled with sin, gambling. There's a reason why gambling has not been brought to this state. And also our last comment is that there needs to be statutory parameters legislated to protect citizens who get involved in combat sports. If you read the bill, it doesn't go into the physical harm or injury that may result from combat sports. And what I'm envisioning is like Hunger Games, right? They're like killing each other, you know, like, and just beating each other up. And that's something that needs to be addressed.
how do we protect people fighting in combat sports, and how do we protect them from physical harm? I think there are ways to constitute that there are levels of physical injury and harm that are way too extreme to be considered something fought in good sport, especially if we refer to Chapter 707-712, assault in the third degree. Someone who commits the offense of assault in the third degree, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causing bodily injury to someone else. That is an assault. It is a violation of the law. And these are the statutory parameters that should be considered when we're discussing combat sports. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members. Oh, one more. Okay, come on up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. My name is David Padilla. I fought professionally for a long time. I've been around it for a long time, ran my own gym. I just like to say, yes, combat sports is dangerous, for sure. For sure, you can get injured. Like I said, I've fought professionally for at least 10 years, but I've also played football, not professionally, for 15, and my major injuries come from football. My major injuries come from football. So if we're gonna stop any type of combat sports, are we gonna stop football too? Sports are sports, they can be dangerous, and that's why measures need to be in place. So I believe a commission, I fought all over the world, many states, and I fought on Indian reservations where there wasn't commissions, and it was a big difference where there was commissions. And with a commission, it can be a lot safer. I'm not saying that the DCCA has not kept it safe, but it can be safer. Okay, it got started because of an injury that happened between a young boy and a man, and yes, that was unsafe, and they kept it relatively safe, but it can be safer. Like Wally pointed out the other day, that fight, if Wally wasn't there, those fights don't go on. I don't know who stops those cuts. And I have any questions for you guys if you guys have them for me. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members, questions? Representative Lamosa.
This question is for Mr. Carvalho and also Padilla. Maybe both of you can start. Yeah, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm reading a DCCA's testimony, and it says that they would prefer that this measure be deferred so that a working group can be created. Would you folks be willing to be part of a working group if it were to move in that direction?
If you noticed, I kept the DCCA involved with finances, right? Which is probably what they know best, but they know nothing else about this sport. So the money's coming in, we go to the DCCA under a special fund for combat sports only. It can only be used for combat sports, not for appropriated funds to be used for whatever. But I don't want to work with people anymore that are inexperienced. We need experienced people. There are several fighters here in Hawaii. You know, the reason why I brought up the UFC coming to Hawaii wasn't because we're admiring combat sports and fighting. That's going to happen anyway. It's been happening since before some people were born here in Hawaii. Boxing was way back. When I moved here 27 years ago, I was already a grown man. I fought when I was 13. Boxing was going on in Hawaii at 13. I used to train and go out to Waianae and get my butt kicked so I could be better in California to compete. It's been going on for years. The UFC has to come here because we have UFC fighters that live here in Hawaii and have never been able to perform in front of their own crowd. They have to fight all over the world and never to Hawaii. And we're not worried about the Blaisdell. We're not worried about that. We're not even worried about Aloha Stadium. It's going to take time to put this commission together. In the meantime, we'll develop a strong foundation with the smaller programs, the smaller events, until we're ready to take on a big show, because the UFC is not a joke. Dana White is not a joke. When you talk to him, if you miss one, if you don't dot one I, he turns off and goes the other way. It's just a constant thing with him. You have to know what you're talking about. And working with people that don't will only create problems. Because who will be the chief and who will be the Indians, right? Everybody's going to want to say something. And if you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't say anything. And like I said, this is not scripted. I can stay here and talk all night to you guys and tell you whatever you want to hear about this event, about these events and the sports. There's things going on now that are being swept under the rug. Nobody's doing anything about it. People are being hurt. Nobody's doing anything about it. Now, I mean, where does it end? That's why we have a commission. We fix all of these problems. Dave?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Padilla if you had any comments to my question as well regarding the being a part of a working group in BCCA. What are your thoughts about going in that direction?
Anything in the right direction, of course, I'm open to. But with that being said, how would it be better than a commission? Yeah, so I'm not closed-minded at all. But the way the DCCA it's been running right now, it doesn't work. And like I said, the places that I fought under, these are different places where, people speak different languages, do a lot of things different. But when it came to a commission, they were all the same. They're all very professional, and certain things were how things were done, and that's it. Very strict, extremely strict. But that's how you keep people safe. That's how you keep professionalism, along with the way it's being run right now. Like Wally mentioned briefly, the small shows are being run out. Yeah, I have friends that promote small and big shows, and the small shows are being run out. The guys that used to do things for the young kids tell me that they're just not going to do them anymore because so much money is being provided to the DCCA, and they don't get nothing out of it. Like there's no doctor offered. It doesn't cover a license for a ref or anything. The promoter pays for everything.
Okay.
Let me just say one more thing, if I
sure.
can. So right now, the DCCA takes $1,000 for a license for a promoter. They take $600 every time you do an event, right? So now you pay for the facility $3,000 or $4,000, whatever the Dole Cannery. These guys do little shows here, and then you pay $600. You pay for the license, that's $1,000, and then they take 2% of the gate. Not only 2% of the gate tickets sold, but 2% of the face value of the comp tickets that you gave away to the radio station or to somebody's family or whatever. They take 2% of that. Now the last show Saturday night, the convention center doesn't hold very many people. So if you spend $36,000 on a promotion and you're doing pay-per-view or fight TV via internet, and you got to pay 2% of that to the DCCA too, and then where's the money go? My biggest thing is, where is all the money for 10 years that they've been collecting? Where is that money? It doesn't go back to combat sports. They don't pay the referees, they don't pay the judges, they don't pay the inspectors, they don't pay the cutmen, they don't pay anybody. So what are they collecting the money for? All the fighters pay licensing fees. They're all licensed. All the referees, all the judges pay to be licensed. Where's all the money going? Where is the money? How about some transparency? So like with my commission, the commission that I'm trying to get to pass, the DCCA will hold all the incoming funds, but we'll appropriate it to the things that we need to put on an event and pay our own inspectors and stuff from within. We're not going to hold this money. Well, where's it going?
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Representative Moore.
Just to follow up on that, in terms of the money, I've never in my years in the legislature heard anybody saying, strike that appropriation out of there, we want to pay it ourselves, we don't want the government to pay it. You mean that, right?
I mean that.
How much money are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
That you need to get this thing off the ground.
We need to do 1 or 2 shows to get it started, small shows, put the money into the kitty, and we pay the inspectors that work, and we continue to do the small shows. This is how I built my nonprofit. Small grants.
Okay, how big is the market? Some of us are
The
very
market is
interested.
huge if it's affordable for these guys to do the shows.
Give me a number.
But if you blow them out of the water, if somebody can do a show for under 10 grand, there'll be a lot of shows. There'll be a lot of shows again. We'll start with the small shows. There'll be a lot of events coming up. Working with kids. Now, this is not just mixed martial arts. The lady, she kind of took it wrong. Combat sports is kickboxing, shin guards, headgear, big gloves. They're little kids. They're poking at each other. It's a cute thing. What we're trying to do is develop that sport for the kids that may take a like to it later on as they get older. The mixed martial arts events where it's professional and they're fighting, yeah. You know, it's vivid. I mean, if you're sitting there, I worked my butt off Saturday night fixing cuts, but you don't see that on the smaller shows. And the smaller shows bring grandma, grandpa, aunties, uncles. Everybody comes to watch them poke at each other for 3 1-minute rounds.
Okay, some of us are very concerned about diversifying the economy. I wanted to see what size of market that you see. I mean, it's $2,000 seat for front row seats.
No, the seats are usually $25, $35, $45.
So how big is the market for this?
You mean the market?
You know, the size of it.
Oh, it's huge.
I mean, like we've got 5 to 800 million worth of movies that we make here.
Yeah.
If we become a UFC center, what?
Well, the UFC generates anywhere from $2 to $30 million at the gate every time they do an event. It's massive, beyond. And then they do pay-per-view. So now, I mean, you know, they got pay-per-view too. So if you're tapping into the pay-per-view and stuff, that's why they won't come. That is so nonsense. Like if you're charging 2%, if I'm charging you a percentage to do an event here in Hawaii, be grateful with that.
And if we did nothing with this bill, would you still be able to do what you're saying you're going to do? Or you can't do it without a bill like this.
That bill we have to have a commission here.
We got to have
it. Can't be done without that. It can't be done because the DCCA is not doing anything right now. They're not doing anything. They got a guy comes out, he works his butt off, don't get me wrong. I love James. He's been trying, okay? But he's the only one. He can't do it by himself. He cannot do it by himself. The inspectors that he has, some of them are qualified, some of them work at a coffee shop. Where'd they come from? They're not even, what are you inspecting? I don't know, they just make me stand there. I said, how can you be an inspector?
Okay.
You're supposed to watch and wrap your hands. You're supposed to make sure that I'm taking drug enhancing things in the back room. You're supposed to follow this guy like a shadow. Wherever he goes, if he's your assignment.
Have you talked to any of the Hawaii UFC champions that live in Hawaii now?
I work with all of them.
Well, are they ready to come and join your effort?
Oh, yeah.
Locally?
Well, they're in training. Max fights this month,
Max.
and Yancey's fights in Bellator next month. So they're both in training camp. If not, they were here. Last session across the hall, I had UFC fighter and world champion in Hawaii. Falanico Vitali was here testifying with me.
Okay,
now, it's hard because these guys work at stevedores, and this guy here works for DOD. He's a police officer. I mean, you know, it's hard for me. I come from Hilo every time. I'll drop what I'm doing. I'm a contractor there. I'll shut down and I'm flying here because this is important to me.
So you're saying you can get Max Holloway, if this bill keeps alive, to send it to the next committee or the conference committee?
Whatever it takes. I can get, believe me, I worked with Max Holloway when he was 13 years old. I wrapped his hands for his first fight. I get these guys to come here and testify as soon as they're not busy training for a fight. Because right now, he's on a border. He needs to make this win. He needs this next win.
Other than that, sir, do you have any strong feelings about this bill?
Not at all. Not at all. I just want to thank you all. You can see how emotional I am about this. This is important to me. I've been doing this for way too long to give up here. If this thing dies here, I'm done. I'm not going to do this anymore because I've been working too hard with all these kids for so many years to see it fail because we can't get one thing without costing anything. Let us generate our own funds and create our own commission. That's all I'm asking. And we'll see how it works. I can promise you this. It'll work a lot better than what's going on right now. I promise you that.
Thank you very much for what you do.
Okay, thank you.
Representative
Lamasao.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for DCCA.
DCCA.
Okay.
I'm going to ask James
Sure.
to do this because he's the executive officer.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm here.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get your I guess your reaction to some of the things that they mentioned in regards to the safety that happens in these events, and then also the medical attention that is
Yeah,
needed.
I mean, I don't want to go back and forth with Walt. He is a
Right.
very qualified cut man, but what he failed to mention was that there were 2 licensed physicians over his shoulders, and when it got to a point where he could only pack the cut so much, that the physician had to tell Walt to back up and that he was going to take over as a physician. He stapled the cut, and we have an ambulance there at the fights who are available to take them if it is life-threatening. If it is not life-threatening, they will call another ambulance to come and pick up the fighter and take him directly to the the emergency room, because once the ambulance leaves, the show stops. If there's not a doctor at ringside, the show stops. These doctors are there when they weigh in. They are there to evaluate them. They provide pre-fight physicals as well as post-fight physicals. We have written reports of what they observe on the fighters and the damage they take. They recommend to the referee if a fight should be stopped. They are there ringside if a cut breaks out like the one he says, and it was a bad cut, and Walt did a great job packing it as his role as a cut man. But the doctor was also there looking over his shoulder and working with the referee to let him know if the fight should be stopped or not. And that's kind of where the cut man's job ends and the physician's job takes over. In regards to unsanctioned events, they are unsanctioned events. I mean, they are happening without the knowledge of our office. When we find out about an unsanctioned event, we go ahead and forward the information to our regulated industries complaint office, and they are the investigative branch of DCCA, and that is their job to look into unlicensed activity. In regards to amateur fights, which is not addressed in the bill, and it is a concern that these fighters are amateur fighters. They are not making any money yet. We are going to require them to get licensed and pay fees. Well, in the current setup where these amateur fighters are not required to be licensed, but they are required to be physically cleared by physicians licensed in the state. They're required to provide blood work. I'm just trying to think of, he went on for a little bit, so I was trying to think of.
No, so the fees that you folks do collect from the fights, where does that money go to, and to just address what
It goes
they're
into a
desiring,
compliance
right?
fund.
Okay. And would you guys be, because in your testimony, you folks said you wanted to defer the measure for a working group, you know, I'm guessing that's something that might be coming up where they would want some of those funds to go back to the sports and to some of the, because that's
Yeah, I mean, we are more than open working with the MMA community and improving the standards that we set in our state. I don't know the mechanism in which he described to utilize the funds.
Okay, I just, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Chair, sorry, I know this is going to take a little. Could you come back? I feel very conscious of time, but this is very key. What would you suggest as DCCA to promote what otherwise looks to be an emerging industry, one that obviously a lot of young kids are going to be taking advantage of, as we have Max and a lot of others who are role models for not only people here but in the world? What would you guys do without this commission? In other words, can you develop the vision that I've heard today without a commission, which your testimony says you don't need it? So what would you guys do to make sure that this reaches fruition?
In regards to building youth?
And having a center of the UFC right here in Hawaii as envisioned.
I mean, that may be an issue for a question for the director. I know as far as it applies to my job as executive officer of the MMA program, I'm here to just administer the program. I make sure that all the licensees and interested parties meet the qualifications to hold an event and participate in the event.
So would the commission compete with you? I'm trying to see what the motivation is against the bill.
Would you want to speak against? I think it was more against the necessary nature of it. I know when the Sunrise study was done, it went from 25 shows to 9 shows, and that's why I guess they provided the option of an MMA program. Since then, last year we had 5 MMA shows. This year we have 3 on schedule, no more after that.
So when it was said that the big boys won't come here unless there's a commission, do you buy that? Or do you
I mean, he may have his opinion. He may have talked to some people, but in my discussions with event promoters and event providers, it is related to venues.
Where the location is.
Yes, I mean the ability to pack as many people into an event to put on a show that would be profitable enough for them to run an event.
Chair, I know we've run out of time, but these are the kind where you lock them in a room and you make sure they come up with an agreement before you let them out of it. The need for a commission and a study may be there. Anyways, thank you for your indulgence.
Just one quick question, Chair.
Okay, Representative Elko.
How do you invest back into the program? with all the funds and the monies and all the time that the things that you take from the community, how do you guys invest back into the program?
That's a good question. I mean, it is our job to facilitate the licenses and the events themselves. I don't know if it's essentially our responsibility to I guess build the program further.
And that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, members. We're going to move on to the next measure. Moving on to Senate Bill 434 SD1 HD1 relating to insurance. First up is the insurance division.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Gordon Ito testifying on behalf of Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs Insurance Division. We stand on our written testimony. Just like to note that we are opposed to Section 2 of the bill, which would grant the commissioner the authority to waive the 5-year exam period. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Captive Insurance Council.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Paul Shimamoto. I'm the president of the Hawaii Captive Insurance Council, a nonprofit organization whose membership is comprised of captive insurance company owners and professional service providers who support those companies and Hawaii's $70 million a year captive insurance industry. We generally stand on our written testimony, strongly supporting the bill, but would like to make a couple of additional points for the committee's consideration. As just noted by the Commissioner, the Insurance Division does not object to portions of the bill with the exception of Section 2. So that's where I'd like to address my comments this afternoon. Section 2 of the bill, just for clarity, does not and would not provide a blanket waiver of all exams for all captive insurers. Only certain what we call pure or single parent captives would be eligible for this exam. Secondly, the bill does not create any kind of a race to the bottom. It actually is intended to and would do the opposite. It would create a race to the top because those eligible captive insurers would have to demonstrate to the commissioner that they deserve and qualify for this exemption. Even if an exemption is granted, it's not necessarily forever. Companies that get an exemption would have to reapply and redemonstrate they remain deserving of a continued exemption every 5 years. The granting of an exemption or an extension or renewal of that exemption is in the commissioner's discretion. It's not automatic. And finally, there's another very important reason why we think this bill is a good thing for Hawaii. As noted, our industry provides $70 million worth of annual economic benefit to the state of Hawaii. But we have stiff competition from approximately 39 other states for this business. So it's imperative, that we are innovative, flexible, and responsive to the needs and desires of our constituency. If we can do that, our industry and its benefit to Hawaii's economy will grow. But our insurance division will need to ensure that it can handle that growth. And this bill will do that by providing the commissioner with a tool that gives him flexibility and discretion with examinations so he's able to deploy and utilize the division personnel and resources as appropriate and necessary. Appreciate the time today. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure. The Senate Bill 438 relating to professional and vocational licensing. First up is DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Alani Kioki, Licensing Administrator of the Professional and Vocational Licensing Division. The division will stand on its written testimony in strong support of this measure. This will allow the division to direct its resources to applications requiring active processing and ultimately result in licensure. Thank you.
Thank you. Board of Nursing.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chelsea Fukunaga on behalf of the Board of Nursing. The board will stand on its written testimony in support of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to testify on this measure? Members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. Okay, Senate Bill 945 SD2 HD1 relating to special purpose digital currency licensure. Okay. Okay, first up is HTDC.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Len Higashi, Hawaii Technology Development Corporation. We stand on our testimony in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, DCCA, Department of Financial Institution.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Iris Ikeda. I'm the Commissioner for the Division of Financial Institutions, testifying in support of this bill with amendments. So as you know, digital currency has grown in popularity and acceptance within the state, nationwide, and really globally. But there's really little regulation in this particular industry. We see this most recently in some of the failed companies, and we see how quickly some of those companies can fail, and leaving customers with nothing from their investments. So this bill was a collaboration with the HTDC. After our study, we believe that this bill would contain the necessary provisions to license, supervise, regulate, and examine this particular industry. We would like to point out that many of these, the provisions in the bill are very similar to the requirements that the current participants in our Digital Currency Innovation Lab are currently complying with. The quarterly reporting is very similar. The fees assessed are more than what's in the Innovation Lab, but it's comparative to the complex nature and multifaceted company structure and operations of those companies. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other first testifiers on this measure? Please come forward.
SB 945?
Yes.
Okay. CARES, Angela Melody Young testifying to provide comments for CARES. So the Senate bill is going to establish a program in regards to special purpose digital currency companies. So digital currency is any currency, money, or money-like asset that is primarily managed, stored, or exchanged on digital computer systems, especially through the internet. Types of digital currencies include cryptocurrencies, virtual currencies, and central bank digital currencies. Digital currencies may be recorded on a distributed database on the internet, a centralized electronic computer database owned by a company or a bank within digital files, or even on a stored value card. Digital currencies exhibit properties similar to traditional currencies, but generally do not have a classical physical form of fiat currency historically that you can directly hold in your hand, like currencies with printed banknotes or minted coins. And this type of currency may be used to buy physical goods and services, but it may also be restricted to certain communities, such as for use inside an online game. Digital money can be centralized, whether there is a central point of control over the money supply, for instance, a bank, or decentralized, whether the control over the money supply is predetermined or agreed upon democratically. And because there has been a lot of conversations about money transmissions, digital currency, this is something the state should consider looking into. And yep, we're just providing comments about it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Any other testifiers? Okay, members, question? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1327 SD1 HD1 relating to the use of electronic filing by the Public Utilities Commission. First up is PUC Chairman, or not?
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. I'm Jody Endo Chai.
I'm here on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. We stand on our written testimony in strong support. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is DCCA, Division of Consumer Advocacy.
Mickey Knox, on behalf of the DCA, we stand on our written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Any other wishing to testify? Okay, members' questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, House Bill 1502 SD2 HD1 related to transportation. First up is DCCA Insurance Division.
Gordon Ito, testifying on behalf of DCC Insurance Division. We stand on our written on testimony offering comments. I'd like to know, with respect to Senate Bill 1502 HD1, the amendments to this bill, we prefer this current draft as opposed to the original draft because it takes some of our concerns that we had expressed regarding the language on primacy of motor vehicle insurance, and the current draft addresses that. I'll be glad to answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Office of Consumer Protection, DCCA.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair and members. Mana Moriarty with the Office of Consumer Protection. We echo the Insurance Commissioner's comments that as far as the insurance provisions are concerned, the existing law provides some important consumer protections, and we prefer this version of the bill over the versions that's in the other chamber currently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Get Around. Some kind of organization, I guess. Okay, next is Turo. Yep, you're
Hi.
here.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Can you see me? Okay. Thank you so much. Aloha. Thank you, chairs. Thank you, members of the committee, for giving me the opportunity to testify on this bill. Currently, Get Around is working really hard with the Hawaii Department of Transportation, the City of Honolulu, with other community and business organizations to really increase the benefits of peer-to-peer car sharing for all your constituents in locations that are considerate of all the community members. We are enthusiastic about supporting the goals of the state of Hawaii to increase equitable and sustainable transportation options for Kama'aina and visitors while creating an insurance framework for peer-to-peer car sharing that's fair and designed to ensure that everyone is protected should there be an accident. We believe that this bill will help to ensure that hourly peer-to-peer car sharing services remain affordable and accessible to all in Hawaii by reducing the insurance requirements from actually more than 17 times the state minimum, which is what it is currently, to 4 times the state minimum. And we applaud the legislature's work to support these efforts and the recognition that the current peer-to-peer insurance requirement is excessive. Particularly considering there's no data that indicates that peer-to-peer drivers pose a greater risk than those driving their own cars or driving traditional rental cars. Hawaii really is an outlier compared to most other states nationwide, which don't require an insurance coverage greater than the minimum for peer-to-peer car sharing. And know that contributing to equitable transportation solutions for everyone who calls Hawaii home, while allowing for a safe and positive growth in car sharing in the islands, is really critical to the Get Around mission. So again, mahalo for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Turo.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, other committee members, Gavin Oyagi testifying in support of this measure. I think just to give a little background, last year the state legislature enacted under Act 56 a regulatory framework for peer-to-peer car sharing. One of the provisions of that was setting the insurance minimums for peer-to-peer car sharing at $750,000. As my colleague at Get Around pointed out, this is rather abnormal compared to other states. It is the case that as of yesterday, 41 states were set at state minimums. There were 6 states that had 2 to 3 times, and Hawaii was with New York and West Virginia as something that had $750,000 or higher. It is, I say as of yesterday, because as of today, the West Virginia governor signed into law insurance provision that reduced the 750 down to state minimums. So Hawaii and New York are much higher relative to the other states. It is the case that in New York, they just legalized peer-to-peer car sharing last year, and there is no sort of claims data, and I think that may allude to why the insurance minimums are so high. Locally, we've provided 5 years of claims data to the Insurance Commissioner's Office, and we continue to believe that there is no policy nexus to justify the $750,000. Now, with that being said, the 4 times that is currently in SB 1502 SD2 HD1 represents a compromise that we accept as a means of recognizing previous concerns related to the measure. We therefore support it, and I'm available for questions should they come up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Evan Uwe.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oy on behalf of the Hawaii Association for Justice. We do stand in strong opposition to this measure, which seeks to reduce the minimum insurance required for peer-to-peer car sharing programs, which was just previously passed last session, and it was recently implemented actually in January of this year. Specifically, this amends it down from $750,000 to $80,000, representing an almost 90% reduction in coverage. It does seem unreasonable to amend insurance minimums immediately after carefully passing a law which properly balanced the interests at hand. Although the proponents of the bill, say that this is an outlier and the minimum insurance should be consistent with what's required for Hawaii residents, we find this argument not to be persuasive. The minimum insurance amounts under HRS 431C or 10C take into account not only the anticipated loss of coverage in a situation, but also the ability of a Hawaii resident to pay. This should not be applicable to a commercial entity who has clearly the ability to pay and is profiting off of the utilization of their cars in Hawaii. Ultimately, this substantial reduction in coverage doesn't reflect the risk associated with peer-to-peer car insurance and will greatly impact Hawaii residents who may be injured in these instances. So, for these reasons, we strongly recommend that this measure be deferred and the $750,000 be upheld. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES to provide comments. So for the peer-to-peer program, car sharing services and rental agencies serve the same purpose, loaning a temporary set of wheels to drivers on the go. However, they have slightly different setups. Traditional car rental agencies are located in one location, like the airport, whereas pickup for peer-to-peer can be in a residential neighborhood, or it can be in downtown. And another difference between a car rental and a peer sharing is cost. By estimates, car sharing can be 30% less expensive than renting from a traditional car rental agency. However, the overall cost of renting boils down to the extent of the use for the vehicle. For example, running errands, or if there are longer distances to be traveled, then perhaps a rental agency is better suited because it offers lower rates and unlimited mileage. But there are residential concerns with peer-to-peer, such as noises and disturbances caused to the community. These are actual complaints that I've heard from personally. Although I support Turo and those sorts of car organizations, it's something for the state legislature to judge. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions. Representative Ward.
Devin, Turo. The 750,000 liability, what was the logic of that when it initially got passed earlier?
You know, unfortunately, I actually wasn't working with Tara at the time. However, my rough understanding is that 750,000 represented a sort of compromise as it was modeled under transportation network companies, Uber and Lyft. It's worth noting, Representative, I think 2 points. The first is, under the TNC statutes, it is the case where it is $1 million if there's an active passenger in the vehicle. That represents a sort of greater level of liability. However, when it is just the driver in the vehicle under TNCs, it is insured at $100,000 for liability. And just for the second point that I'd raise, just for the record, is the 20-40-10, which is our state minimums, would actually mean that our 40 at 4 times is $160,000 in liability. If you were to ask us where we compare relative to other states at this point, we would still be the second highest in the nation. But this is, again, a compromise that we're willing to accept, recognizing the concerns.
What do most people in this room have in terms of liability? What's the norm?
So the state minimums for personal automobile insurance is $20,000, $40,000, and $10,000. So 20-40-10.
And what's the empirical, what do they call it, the rating of the accidents of Turo in other places?
Well, I actually would need to get you the information relative to other places. What I can say is for Hawaii's information, when we did provide 5 years of claims data, the average claim amount was under $10,000.
And the person on the screen, is that one of your colleagues?
She's with another company, Get Around.
Which is the same principal?
They are another peer-to-peer car sharing company.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's got something to share, if I may go to the screen, lady.
Hi, thank you. So I was part of last year's session in trying to figure it out, and it was somewhat of a compromise. The original amount was $1 million, but there was no data to prove that number was the right number. And it was, a lot of back and forth and negotiating, and it really, to be honest, there wasn't much negotiation. The 750,000 was the amount that, kind of pulled out of thin air.
Okay, you mentioned the experience rating. What is the experience rating now of those states that have had this for a while?
So I can't give you that exact information. What I can say is right now, this year, actually last year, we were able to reduce in Washington State from 3 times the minimum to 2 times the minimum. And they have had peer-to-peer car sharing for over 10 years. They were one of the first
What's
states
the
to
minimum?
implement.
Give me a dollar amount.
Well, every state is different. It's 3, it was 3X and now it's 2X. So Gavin, do you have that? I can pull it up if you give me just a moment.
Yeah, Devin's coming to the rescue. What does 3X and 2X mean,
Okay,
Devin?
hold on 1 second. So, okay, normally when we're in questions, the legislator asks the questions to a certain person and then they answer. This is not where people can just come up and answer at any time when they feel like it. That's one of the reasons why I really don't care for Zoom, because people always pop up on the screen and then want to answer whenever they want to answer. So I would appreciate if we keep some kind of decorum. You ask the question to a specific person and then they answer. Thank you
You're
very
right,
much.
Chair, and he was trained by Councilman Waters, when you get to be chair.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I'm happy
Our
to.
apologies, Devin. Please answer the question.
Sure. So I believe you're asking about Washington State.
Yes. 2X means what? 3X means what?
What they're referring to is how many times the state minimum.
I want to know the state minimum.
And the
What's
state minimum
numbers?
in Washington State was 25, 50, and 10.
So we're not even near 750,000.
That is
good.
correct.
That's all I need to know.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, members. We're going to move on to the next measure. Moving on to Senate Bill 430 SD2 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Farm to Food Bank Program. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. The Hawaii Farm to Food Bank Program is a great program. The department supports this bill and comments that the department supports the $3 million appropriation for the Hawaii Food Assistance Program Special Fund as recommended by the Committee on Agriculture and Food Systems.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Sorry, Chair, I just noticed the thing on the wall, the pictures. You have our written testimony in front of you. We've testified on similar measures. We absolutely support Farm to Food Bank. I just do want to add, and sorry, Chair Hurd, if we're not mistaken, the original ask in the original bill is actually $5 million. So we'd like to see $5 million if the committee decides to move the bill forward, reinsert it into the bill or at least into the committee report to guide if it does make it to conference. But again, great program. We're still actively involved in Farm to Food Bank, and we've done many food distributions, and it's a worthwhile program and a worthy cause. And again, our recommendation, or we ask the legislature to consider dedicated funding for the food banks. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Law Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nate Hicks, Hawaii Public Health Institute. Stand on testimony and support, and also want to point to the huge benefit that this gives to the food bank recipients. A lot of them are not able to get fresh produce on a regular basis. They depend on food bank foods, and there's a huge lack of supply of fresh fruits, fresh vegetables that can really help the health of these recipients. So I ask that we pass this bill for these folks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Farmers Union United.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hunter Hevelin here on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union United. We'll stand on our written testimony in support of this measure and would like to echo the sentiments of the Farm Bureau and others, highlighting the critical nature of this funding to support the developing and now far strengthened relationships between producers and emergency food providers. In a recently completed assessment I've been working on with the food pantries across the state, we've been trying to better understand the infrastructure bottlenecks to provide fresh food and produce to clients who are recipients of these services. And we're doing so in part because this fresh fare has been one of the most highly requested food products, and we view that this is an important measure to help ensure that fresh goods are supplied by our local producers. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Food Bank.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kina Mahi. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Strategic Partnerships at the Hawaii Food Bank, standing in for Amy Miller-Marvin today. We often hear how much the farmers, the food bank and the farmers connected during the pandemic. And I think from our perspective, we just want to say that we can't really talk about food security in Hawaii without talking about our farmers. And this program that was born out of the pandemic and really has increased the amount of fresh food that we are able to gather and distribute through our network of 200 plus partners has been really impactful. I think some of you heard me share this story last week, but I was with my kids in Pukalani Foodland watching another mom check out ahead of me and struggle to pay and have to put back diapers. We see all the time people choosing between food and other necessities. We hear all the time the request for fresh produce, like Nate and like Hunter shared. And so the pressure on our food system is very great right now, and we're so appreciative of those who are growing our food and the support, the ability to buy it. Mahalo for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We'll stand on our testimony and support. Chair, many great comments around the connection to local products and the needy within our communities. As that saying goes, let's not waste a good crisis. This is something that came out of the crisis, something very positive, something that we can use and use as a model to really move forward with both local food production and additional markets, and with supporting the needy across our communities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward. Office of Community Services.
Good afternoon, Chair and Madam Vice Chair, members of the Committee on Finance. We have submitted our written testimony. I believe I did not check in for the 3 o'clock hearing schedule. That's the reason why perhaps wasn't get called. Anyhow, at any rate, we have submitted our written testimony in strong support of the measure. We'd just like to add that although the Office of Community Services is not the proponent of the measure, we do welcome the opportunity to work on this program should it be passed. So we see it as a very important supplemental programs to the current programs that we currently administer in the office that are federally funded by the United States Department of Agriculture, namely the Emergency Food Assistance Program that provided support, especially during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly to the low-income individuals, food security. We also administer the commodity supplemental food programs that supplement the food for seniors, and also the lastly the senior farmers nutrition program in the office. So we also would like to take the opportunity to thank the sponsor of the bill for its expressed confidence in the Office of Community Service ability to administer this program by naming it as the expanding agency. Thank you, and I'll be available for any answers or questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further testifiers? Okay, members, questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 86, SD1, HD1, relating to food sustainability. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Heard, Department of Agriculture. The department stands on its written testimony in support and offers additional comments which are in the testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Farmers Union United.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Once again, Hunter Hevelin on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union United will stand on our written testimony in support, which sadly I must report was late. So to share one additional tidbit, the previous functional plan was produced in 1991, and in the opening statement, it's articulated that it was framed based off of the extant we could say economic and planning goals for agriculture set forth by the state. A previous measure that was moving forward this session that was actually passed by this body, HB 305, sought to update those measures, which currently list as the #1 priority addressing the viability of Hawaii's sugar and pineapple industries. So I think it would be important to ensure that the next plan doesn't work either on the existing law, or that ideally, if there's a possibility, to squeeze into this one the intent and the efforts that went into HB 305, namely to update the current goals for agriculture set forth by our state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Kelsey Amos. In person, not here. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, please come forward.
Angela Melody Young on behalf of CARES, testifying in strong support. So the USDA describes sustainable food systems as a food system that delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental impact generated from the food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. So it's profitable, it creates economic sustainability, it has benefits for social sustainability, and it has a positive or neutral impact on the natural environment. So because this is going to be very helpful to our agricultural industries and for the farmers, this is something we should support. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Members, questions? Okay, we're going to be moving on to the next bill. Senate Bill 782, SD2, HD1, relating to taro. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Chairperson, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Department of Agriculture fully supports this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support of this measure, noting that this is the companion to HB 275, which this body did pass.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Hawaii Farmers Union United.
Thank you, Chair. Hawaii Farmers Union will stand on our written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Department of Ag, there's a blank amount as to the total amount of grant to any one applicant. The problem that I have is that we have taro farmers that are over 50 acres, say on Kauai, and then we have taro farmers who are on much less than half an acre. So I think this is another case of one size doesn't fit all. That is, less than half an acre, a quarter of an acre to over 50 acres.
It is something we'd have to work out should the bill pass. Let me just take a glance back and see if the economist is behind me.
No, I mean, I think that there should be some language that would provide flexibility. In addition, it seems as though you're trying to increase taro production. So a farmer who just wants to stay alive may not qualify.
The terms of the grant would have the scope of services, would have the rules that, the measures that would determine the amount of the grant they would probably in this case need to be compliant, Hawaii Compliance Express, probably have to have some insurance levels to protect the state from liability prior to being awarded the grant. Those details I don't have for you at this time. We're just hoping that the measure passes to support the taro farmers to receive the grants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1488, SD2, HD2, relating livestock. First up is University of Hawaii.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, rest of the committee, Anya Wieczorek, Interim Dean of College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources, University of Hawaii will stand on this written testimony in support of this bill, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the Department of Agriculture supports this measure, stands on our written testimony, and we're here to answer questions as well.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. On Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. I'm Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We are in support of this bill as we can determine a lot from this study, and it'll benefit both those in the industry and also those outside the industry who are concerned with animal welfare as well. You also see that it's a relatively small amount of funds that we're asking for to complete this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Animal Welfare Institute. Not present. Okay, next is Kelsey Amos. Not present. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify on this measure, please come forward.
Is this a taro one or the beef?
We are on Senate Bill 1488, livestock.
Okay, yeah. So Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR in strong support. So this is to conduct a study about the effects of heat stress on beef cattle during inter-island ocean transportation, and it requires a report and an appropriation of funds. So as temperature heats up during the summer, cattle producers need to assess the heat stress that their cattle are under. Typically, pastured cattle are not as susceptible to heat stress as feedlot cattle. Pastured cattle have the ability to seek shade, water, and air movement to alleviate themselves. In addition, radiant heat from dirt or concrete surface is increased for feedlot cattle. At temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the cattle endure physiologic stress trying to deal with their heat. Although cattle at this temperature are not at risk of dying, they will have an increased requirement to cope with the heat. Feedlot operators should have a plan to manage heat to not only prevent death, but also performance loss from decreased efficiency. other concerns. So this is something as a animal rights welfare advocate, we'd like to advocate for humane treatment of all animals. So this is a good study. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Nope. Okay, questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, SB 1552 SD2 HD1 relating to invasive species. First up to testify is DLNR.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chelsea Arnott on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources and also program support for our Hawaii Invasive Species Council. The department will stand on its written testimony in strong support of this bill, just emphasizing the importance of managing invasive ants here in Hawaii and the importance of the entity that this appropriation would support, which is the Hawaii Ant Lab. Mahalo, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture, we stand in support of this measure and stand by our written testimony. Thank you.
Next up, Hawaii Ant Lab. Not here. Next up, we have on Zoom, Synergistic Hawaii Agriculture Council. Not present. Next up, Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony and support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here wanting to testify? Yes, come on up.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR, just providing comments that the eradication and mitigation efforts should be humane and there shouldn't be any killing for any species, not just this species. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next measure, SB 652 SD1 HD1 relating to agriculture. First up to testify, we have DLNR.
Aloha, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, Chelsea Arnott on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We'll stand on our written testimony offering comments. We just really want to make sure that there's an appropriation that's separated for the two-line spittlebug management. Really important pest that not only is affecting agricultural products, but also natural areas. And then just making sure that appropriation is specific to the management of that and separated from the pilot program for reducing the population of feral chickens. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the University of Hawaii.
Chair, Vice Chair, rest of the committee, Anya Wieczorek, College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources. We are standing on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture, we support the measure with the comment that the addition of establishing a 5-year pilot program to mitigate the control of feral chickens, roosters, and pigs throughout the state be removed from this bill. As the other testifiers have said, the focus should be on the two-line spittlebug. It's a very different action to try to control the population of feral animals. With another comment that there are other measures moving through that are strictly and solely for the control of the feral chickens, roosters, and pigs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support. It mainly focuses on two-line spittlebug. Again, recently the feral chickens and feral pigs have been added. Nuisance, very important. So we do suggest, if the committee is moving the bill forward, like what Hiss said, create a section 4 so that there's a separate funding source. Right now, it actually appropriates funds for both programs. We'd like to see for the spittlebug, the program appropriate, or the legislature consider appropriating $800,000 per year, so $1.6 million for the 2 years. And we don't have a number for the feral chickens, roosters, and feral pigs. Just a note, we have recently purchased last year some traps from Waimanala Feed and for feral chickens that we do have in our area, and they run over $100. So I'm not sure what those amounts is. Sorry, we didn't do any calculations. We don't really have strong metrics on it, but we do understand it's mostly a suburban and urban problem as far as the chickens and the roosters, but the pigs, you've heard us testify in the past, it is across the state. Our farmers and ranchers are impacted on every island. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council on Zoom.
Thank you. This is Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We do support this measure because it's extremely important for us to be able to continue these efforts to assist ranchers in addressing this invasive species. However, as stated in our testimony, we are concerned about that language that was inserted for feral chickens and pigs, as we understand that the Department of Agriculture does not manage for feral animals. So there is $800,000 per year that is needed for Department of Agriculture to address this issue. And we hope that these funds can be delineated and separated from whatever funds are needed for the feral animal program. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Ulupono Initiative.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Chair, members of the committee. Mike Amunikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We stand on our testimony in support, just echoing a lot of the comments said before. Very different pests, very different way to deal with both of these issues. So definitely in support of separating out the funding in this approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR. I testified about this today in the Senate. That looks like it's being brought up here. So the subject matter of managing animals, this is something that we kind of see a reoccurring pattern with. At the state legislature, they like to group animals, they like to group it together to target the control and mitigation of animals. So this is something in terms of management. Each animal species requires a different management strategy. And for example, the traps, that originates from the cat community, and only those who know how to operate a specialized trap should be getting a trap. Those who do not know how to operate a specialized trap, these traps should not be handed out to the public. Because from an animal welfare perspective, we just have to tell you that people are very likely to abuse the traps and to start harming animals. With the cat community, there's a very well coordinated effort within the veterinarians, clinics, nurses, vet techs, and adoption agencies, cat cafes. The trap and neuter program is to trap and then to neuter and then humanely release. So that is something that's a coordinated effort on the community level and within the veterinarian sector. And for any of those strategies or to mix and match strategies, it's just not good. Those are our comments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. And also there should be a study conducted. A lot of these measures to manage animals are not starting out with a study. It's just going straight to trying to manage the problem without knowing what the capacity of the population is and all that. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to the next measure, SB 744 SD1 HD1 relating to invasive species. First up to testify is DLNR.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Chelsea Arnott on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources and Program Support for the Hawaii Invasive Species Council. You have our written testimony providing comments on this measure. I want to emphasize that the department does see coffee leaf rust as a major pest of coffee and an important agricultural commodity. Although listing this as a pest under the Hawaii administrative rules is not the viable pathway to addressing this pest. Unfortunately, the HST does not have administrative rules currently. We have them drafted. They're at our AG's office being reviewed. So just adding that's in our testimony, and I'm here for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the Department of Agriculture supports this measure, stands by its written testimony, and is available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next measure, SB 743 SD1 HD1 relating to coffee pest control. So first up to testify, we have the University of Hawaii.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, rest of the committee, Anya Wieczorek, Interim Dean for College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources. I will stand by my written testimony, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chair, Department of Agriculture, we stand in support of this measure. We're available for questions.
Thank you. Next up on Zoom, we have Synergistic Hawaii Agriculture Council. Not present. Okay, next up we have Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Next up on Zoom, we have Kanalani Ohana Farm.
Aloha. My name is Kolauer Bandera, Kanalani Ohana Farm. I just want to give you a few brief reflections. As a farmer, I submitted written testimony on this, and I support this piece of legislation. It's been amended in the House, and I think it's very important to recognize that farmers are at a desperate state for dealing with coffee leaf rust, and one of the ways to address that is by combining this pesticide subsidy program with pesticides with fertilizer, and that is where it stands right now, and I want to encourage you to support that because farmers need that with a very poor crop, the worst in recorded history crop of Kona coffee. People don't have the income, and we need subsidization to help that and not just pesticide subsidies. And frankly, the truth is that if we could start here at home with that opportunity by using fertilizers that are Hawaii produced and Hawaii fertilizers, we would have much less of a carbon footprint as well. And that is an opportunity that we should take advantage of. And finally, from a finance committee perspective, there's no additional funds being sought, and the appropriation was not granted last year, and it can and does need to be appropriated, and I request that you do this because the amount is not very significant. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am available for questions. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next measure, SB 646 SD1 HD1 relating to ornamental ginger. First up, we have the University of Hawaii system. Okay, yes.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, the Sova Committee, Anya Wieczorek, Interim Dean for College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources. I will stand by my written testimony in support of this bill, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture, we stand on our written testimony in support and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Lamasao.
This question can be for maybe UH or Farm Bureau, maybe UH. can answer. What's the current lost revenue from red ginger, ornamental red ginger growers right now?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, which I do not have an answer about, but I think that we have an expert on Zoom. Russell, are you still there? Maybe he's now.
Yes, I am.
Okay, do you know the answer?
So money-wise, no, but farms lost. We've lost over a half of the farms that produce red ginger. So due to not having the statistics currently, we don't know that exact revenue lost, but we do know that over half the farms that did used to produce red ginger 4 years ago are no longer producing red ginger. So you can imagine that's significant.
Yeah, so how many farms have we lost based on that 50%? If you could just give us a number.
So off the top of my head, 19.
19. Okay.
Out of 38, yeah.
And how many acres?
Those numbers I don't know.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Yes,
Chair,
Representative
can I
Ward.
follow up with that? When you say they lost, they went out of ginger, and did they go into something else like figs or guava, or they just went out flat out and nothing else?
So due to the nature of the ag statistics, I don't know exactly what other farmers went into that I don't know anecdotally, but farmers that I have worked with, some have moved into other crops, some have stopped farming red ginger completely and just given up the fields. Yeah, so it's a mix.
Thank you. Does the Farm Bureau know anything else about that? Whether they adjusted or what? I mean, the Finance Committee loves metrics. Okay, I love metrics. If we don't have metrics, we're kind of guessing.
Thank you, Representative Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Farm Bureau. I didn't want to shout out from the audience. We don't have metrics, but we know of farms that actually have gone on, have just stopped. The metric that we need to consider is there's still a desire for red ginger, and if we're not growing it, we're importing it, and we're going to bring in pests, and we're going to be paying other farmers. We're going to be helping other farms' economies. So those are metrics to consider.
So what are we doing to keep these guys afloat then?
We're coming before the legislature asking for funding for red ginger research. That's
beautiful. But to keep the other 19 alive, basically, then.
Absolutely, and if we find solutions to hopefully encourage others to start growing red ginger, we want to grow. We don't want to just sustain, or we don't want to cut our losses where they are represented. We want to grow our industry. So hopefully we can find solutions so that others have confidence to grow, and it doesn't impact those remaining farmers, because I think Dr. Galante can kind of explain that although we believe it's just on Oahu, it's just a matter of time if it's not on the neighbor islands that it will be on the neighbor
And
islands.
do you know the dollar amount?
I do not know the dollar amount, Representative.
That would be nice to know. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, we're beyond testimony. Yeah, so questions from the committee. Okay, we're moving on to the last bill, SB 818 SD1 HD2, relating to aquaculture. First up to testify, we have Agribusiness Development Corporation.
And all I'm going to say, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. And all I'm going to say is I'm in strong support of this bill. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks for sticking with us. Next up, Department of Ag.
Opposite testimony. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. After careful consideration, the department has concluded that there is no strategic nor tactical benefit for the ADP to be moved to ADC. Therefore, the department opposes this bill. We're available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Aquaculture and Aquaponics Association on Zoom. Not present. Okay, next up on Zoom, we have Frederick Mencher.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I support the intent of this bill to expand aquaculture production. However, I would like to see 3 additional amendments made, which I detailed in my written testimony. I think these will strengthen DOA's capacity to continue to support aquaculture. while still allowing ADC to begin a program of its own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify? Yes, come on up.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR, just to provide comments. So not about the logistics of the internal structuring, it's just about the aquaponics system. So the aquaponics system, I don't know if any of you are familiar with it, but then it takes the fish poop and it turns it into nutrients for the plants, so that they can thrive with a symbiotic system. So aquaculture is breeding, raising, and harvesting fish and shellfish and aquatic plants. And basically, it's farming in water. U.S. aquaculture is an environmentally responsible source of food and commercial products. It helps to create healthier habitats, and it is used to rebuild stocks of threatened or endangered species. And yep, so thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, any questions? Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
For Frederick Mincher on Zoom.
Mr. Mencher, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. I was muted by the host, and I was trying to get unmuted.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious if you would still support the bill without the proposed amendments.
I'd be a little leery of the bill in its present form. The Waterland Committee improved it substantially, but I think these three amendments would really be helpful. And if the amendments can't be installed, then it might be better to defer the bill and allow more communication between the industry and the bill's proposer in order to try to come up with something next year that would be better for the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For Ag Development Corp., do you have any expertise in aquaculture?
Oh, come on up to the mic, please.
What's your expertise, your current expertise in aquaculture?
Aquaculture? Okay, as a director,
Well, I'm talking about
yeah.
your agency. I
Okay.
mean, you're not going to run the program.
Okay, this agency hasn't touched aquaculture. Well, okay, take that back. We have a project with the feed mill, and that's to get rid, it's a zero waste project that takes fish waste to make fish food, and that's under agribusiness development. And we started in cooperation with the Department of Agriculture, but they chose not to take it over, so it's with agribusiness development. And we also have on Kauai, we have the Kauai Shrimp Farm under agribusiness. So, yeah.
I don't see the context of what you're currently doing transferring into aquaculture.
Yeah, I think the whole concept is to move aquaculture forward because it was a desire of the Senate that aquaculture has a lot of potential, but has not moved forward in a number of years and has been stagnant. And that's the desire of the Senate to move, look at aquaculture as their priority as economic development, food sustainability. And that's where it's coming from.
No, but what would you add, given that you don't have much background in aquaculture?
We do have a background in aquaculture, but what it is Representative, it's basically a paper move. We're not gonna, the staff alone is gonna come over. It's just under different leadership and direction. That's all it is. You know, so I'm not sure why people are so frantic about this whole thing. It's like, you know, we're not gonna take away their, diagnostic testing or anything like that. So, you know.
No, Jimmy, the bill transfers the program.
Right.
It doesn't transfer any personnel.
Yeah, you're gonna it's just a paper transfer though. You know, what
Right.
I'm saying is that the body stays over there, the function stays over there. It's just that the leadership changes, you know, and we just give direction.
The bodies don't transfer to
The
you.
bodies will transfer on paper, right?
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Yes, it will.
It doesn't say that. It
It's-
says
it's-
the executive director may appoint temporary employees.
Right, but it's, okay, the concept is that it's not gonna change. Okay.
I see. That's not written into the bill.
Yeah, it's not gonna change. It's just give it different direction and different, move to push aquaculture in a different direction. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
For EDC, thank you. I'm just curious what the outreach and interaction has been with your department and the aquaculture industry and businesses.
I think what you're hearing from is part of the aquaculture industry that, you know, I guess when they look at the bill, it seems to kind of take away some of the services they're receiving. I think that's the biggest concern. But I think that, unfortunately, you haven't heard from some of the other people who's in aquaculture that thinks that the program is pretty stagnant. You know, it does not. And if you look at aquaculture, I mean, you know, a state like Arizona has a better aquaculture program than we are. We're surrounded by water. You know, we have all of the conditions to do big-time aquaculture. You know, R&D, research and development. I mean, you have Nelha that's under DBED, right? I mean, that's aquaculture. They're under DBED. So all you need is moving aquaculture under DBED, which we're ADC, right? But so that's kind of the rationale. But it's just to move, you know, give aquaculture some movement forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, but in regard to what the direct outreach and interaction has been with the industry?
Well, you know, this is a Senate bill, right? Okay, there is this group that's looking for help from from the legislature for aquaculture, and you know, I guess this is their chance that they're going to get some help from especially coming from the Senate body priority to move this forward. And I mean, and it really comes down to, as I mentioned in one of the hearings, is that it's a policy call, you know, and all we're trying to do is move aquaculture forward. And if you think that you can't do it, then, you know, then it should be deferred. But I really think that, you know, this is an opportunity to move aquaculture forward, you know, new ideas and everything else like that. So, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move right into decision-making. So, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Okay, so first up is Senate Bill 629 SD1 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Okay. Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 629 SD1 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila is excused. Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto is excused. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Reservations.
Reservations. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Senate Bill 304 SD2 HD2. We're going to be moving this out, members, as in HD3. We're going to be blanking out the current fee amount, $50, and tech. Members, this is a work in progress. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 304 SD2 HD2 with amendments noting the excused absences of Representatives Kila and Nishimoto, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 1027, SD1, HD1. We're going to be moving this out as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chairman.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1027 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, Senate Bill 434, SD1, HD1. Members, we're going to defer this bill for now. Moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 438. Moving it out as is. Members, this bill is going to be clean. It's going to go straight up. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 438 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Senate Bill 945 SD2 HD1, moving it out as an HD2, blanking out the dollar amount and defecting it to be consistent with our 630, 3000, and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 945 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Ward. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. SB 1327 HD1, SD1 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1327 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is House Bill 1502 SD2 HD1. We're going to be moving this out with amendments, defecting the date to 633,000 and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1502 SD2 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Alcos. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 430 SD2 HD1. We're going to be moving this out just to keep it going, but members, we'd like to bring up that this is an issue directly for the Finance Committee. So this appropriation technically is a GIA under 42F. So this may be problematic for us moving it forward. We're going to move it forward because it is a high priority for the Agriculture Committee, but in the end, it may not make it just because there was no application, and it does cross over into that area of 42F. When we did do it during the pandemic, it was federal money, and it was to help a crisis situation. To make it an ongoing appropriation will be problematic under 42F.
Right.
But we're going to be moving it out because it is a priority, and we're going to see if we can address it in some other way.
Chair, question.
Yes.
The difference between a GIA and an appropriation, is it the nature of the
Well,
organization?
this
or-
is to a nonprofit, right? So it's similar to our GIA process where they come in. There's a timeline, a deadline when they have to apply.
Mm.
There is a process that the Vice Chair oversees, and this bypasses it, so it's very problematic.
But we've made appropriations to NGOs and other nonprofits in the
Yeah,
past.
so sometimes what we do is we have
Contracts.
Yeah, contracts or RFPs or things like that. So this is
Okay.
very different. So we just
No problem.
just understand that this may be problematic, and it probably is problematic, unless we can find something else, some other way to deal with it.
Okay,
But we're going to
thank you.
keep it going for discussion purposes because it is a high priority for the Ag Committee.
Good.
So the recommendation is to pass it as is. Discussion, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 430 SD2 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 86 SD1 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 86 SD1 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up, Senate Bill 782, SD2, HD1, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 782, SD2, HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is 1488, SD2, HD2. We're gonna be moving this out as a House Draft 3, blanking out the dollar amount with technical amendments and defecting it to 630,000. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1488, SD2, HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 1552, SD2, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 1552, SD2, HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Senate Bill 652, SD1, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 652, SD1, HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Senate Bill 744, SD1, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 744, SD1, HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 743, SD1, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 743, SD1, HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, Senate Bill 646, SD1, HD1. Members, we're gonna defer this for now. This measure is also in WAM, so we wanna see what happens. So defer for now. Moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 818, SD1, HD2, as is. Any discussion? Okay, members, on this one, understand that Waterland did separate out the regulatory portion to the Department of Ag and moved out more of the marketing and other functions like that under ADC. So there is some separation. We kind of like that, but I know that it needs more work. The position language was taken out of the bill, so that needs to be cleaned up. We're probably gonna deal with it all in conference. So for right now, as is. Any discussion?
Chair,
Please.
is it the issue which one can do the marketing best, which one
Yeah,
can make it
so,
proliferate?
like I said, the Senate has a position on this, the House Waterland Committee took a position on this, and the Ag Committee. So for right now, we're gonna let them deal with the details with the Senate, and we're just gonna wait for the outcome.
Okay.
Okay, as is. Discussion, okay? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass SB 818, SD1, HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We are adjourned.